Namaste and good morning. I'm Swati Velal. I'm the founder director of Ishania India Foundation. We're one of the co-hosts for this event, along with SAP, JP Morgan Chase, Thomson Reuters, Nagaro, NASCOM, Cognitive Robotics, and CNRI, Christ University. It's my privilege to welcome you all to the 8th edition of India Neurodiversity Summit. Over the past 8 years, the summit has been a beacon of hope, fostering a community that celebrates neurodiversity and champions inclusion. Together, we have explored the complexities of neurodiverse minds, challenged stereotypes, and advocated for a more equitable world. Before we begin, I also want to acknowledge the unexpected challenges we have faced over the last couple of days with flight cancellations across the country. Despite our best efforts to make alternative arrangements, 2 of our speakers were unable to travel. However, we were quickly able to reorganize the sessions, arrange thoughtful alternatives so the conversations can continue. Their support for this summit remains strong, and we look forward to hosting them at a future edition. I have to mention and thank Ms. Meena. Meena, if you're here from JP Morgan, she basically pulled an all-nighter with her team, juggling flight options like a travel wizard. She coordinated with everyone, everywhere, all at once, and somehow, is still sane. Thank you, Meena. Thank you all for being here with us today. Let's make the 8th edition a huge success. We would like to express our sincere gratitude to Christ University for graciously hosting this event yet again at this beautiful auditorium. Before we begin, just a couple of announcements. Let's have a phone-free zone for the next 3 hours. If you must use the phone, please do so outside the auditorium. There are washrooms on the same floor and an accessible washroom on the ground floor of the academic block. We have volunteers in tags. You will see tags like this. So please, reach out to them and they'll assist you with the same. To all the delegates, refreshments will be served on the same floor and on the second floor. Lunch will be served at the basement. Ambience is fantastic. I'm sure it will take you back to your college days, hopefully minus the crowd that you would generally see in canteens. And of course, our volunteers will escort you there once the program concludes. As this is a weekday with classes in session, please stay within the designated areas on the campus. We may have 5 to 10 minutes for Q&A after each session, but if we are unable to accommodate, feel free to write to us and we'll ensure your questions are answered. With that, I'm delighted to welcome you all to India Neurodiversity Summit 2025. Our MC today has walked a powerful journey of questioning, of understanding, and ultimately embracing himself with confidence and clarity. His reflection challenges all of us to rethink inclusion and what it truly means to belong. Please join me in welcoming Vinay Gupta on stage to take us through the event as our MC. Thank you.
Thank you, Swati. So, I like to start with a question I spent most of my early life trying to answer, one that many neurodivergent individuals can relate to. What is wrong with me? I was born in a large joint family and was expected to talk to my relatives and make friends. I tried but failed. So I asked my mother, what is wrong with me? In school, we learned about being a good person in moral science class. My teachers said everyone like a good person, so I tried to be obedient, truthful, and respectful. I followed what the elders told me. They called me a good boy, but sometimes when I told the truth, I got scolded. I saw people disrespect their elders. Sometimes I did what my relative asked, and my mother scolded me, saying I shouldn't have done that. I asked myself, what is wrong with me? I was born in Varanasi, a holy city where everyone believes in God and follow rituals. I never understood any of it. So to understand, I read Bhagavad Mahapuran, Gita and Mahabharata. But my relative said it is inauspicious to read these books at home, that they belong to temples only. I noticed a disconnect. The ideas in these books don't match the people actually follow. They focus more on rituals than God's teachings. This made me feel more disconnected and confused. I started wondering, is something wrong with me or with them? I met a therapist and was diagnosed with autism. I thought I had found the answer, but I was still not satisfied with the answer. Books have always been my best teachers. I always got good answers whenever I had doubt. Finally, I found the satisfactory answer to the question, what is wrong with me? The answer is nothing. The human body is a well-designed object by nature, but we humans have designed our society only for the general population. We don't design the world initially keeping in mind the needs of the neurodiverse people or people with disabilities. The problem lies in how we design the world, not in the people. Good morning, my name is Vinay Kumar Gupta and I am software developer at SAP Labs. I now welcome the Associate Dean of Christ University, Dr. John Paul, to address the gathering.
Very good morning and a warm welcome to everyone gathered here. Today, we gather to celebrate the extraordinary spectrum of human minds and the immense strength that emerges when we embrace our differences. When we honor diverse ways of thinking, we only unlock creativity, innovation, and the collective potential of humanity. This All India Neurodiversity Summit stands as a transformative platform bringing together experts, educators, and change makers who champion the richness of neurodiverse experiences. Rooted in the belief that neurological differences are natural variations rather than limitations. This summit seeks to shift the conversation from mere awareness to genuine acceptance, inclusion, and empowerment. On this note, it's with great pride that I announce that the 8th All India Neurodiversity Summit is hosted by the Ishania Foundation and co-hosted by various other top CSR initiated companies and Christ deemed to be University Banakata Road campus. It gives me immense joy to warmly welcome our distinguished guests, Mr. Milesh J, COO, SAP Labs India, Ms. Anamika, Global Lead, Emerging Special Tech, Nagaro, Mr. Maruti Krishna, In Charge, Composite Region Center, NIE PID, Mr. Prashant Goyal, Vice President, JP Morgan Chase, Ms. Kritika Murugesan, Senior Director, GCC and Talent, NASCOM, Mr. Rajashekharan, Co-Founder, V. Shesh, Ms. Meera Shenoy, Founder, Youth for Jobs, Mr. Suman John, CEO, Dia for Innovation, Mr. Raghunandan, Co-Founder, Ishania Foundation, Dr. Anubha Mahajan, founder, Chronic Pain India, Ms. Manmay Sharma, Vidhi Center for Legal Policy, Ms. Yashashwini Gupta, Snehadara Foundation, Mr. Jayshankar Nadarajan, CEO, India Autism Center, Mr. Gunjan Kumar, Vice President, Strategy, Marketing and Competitive Intelligence, Thomson Reuters, Mr. Uday Kumar, Director, Cognitive Botics, Mr. Anup Simha, Program Director, Ishania Foundation, Dr. Jyoti Kumar, Dean, Christ University, Banakata Road Campus, Dr. Surekha, Dean, School of Psychological Sciences, Christ deemed to be University, Ms. Swati, Founder and Director, Ishania Foundation. We are also delighted to host delegates from Wells Fargo, heads of the departments from various Christ University campuses, faculty members, parents, and participants from across the country. This All India Neurodiversity Summit is not merely a conference, it's a movement. A movement that calls for a revolutionary shift in how society understands, appreciates, and accommodates the differences. Let this summit ignite in collective consciousness, one that embraces neurodiversity not as an exception, but as an essential part of who we are. Life is to live and live. Let us live and appreciate the differences and live as a different human being who has lived a meaningful life on earth. Thank you, and I wish each one of you an enriching and insightful summit. Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, sir. I request Lanjana to felicitate Dr. John Paul, sir. Move on to the official inauguration ceremony. I request Dean of Christ University, Dr. Jyoti Kumar, Milesh J, Vice President, Head of Strategic and Operation from SAP, Anamika Mukhopadhyay, Global Lead Emerging and Spatial Tech from Nagaro, Prasant Goyal, Vice President, JPMC, Gunjan Kumar, Vice President, Strategy, Market and Competitive Intelligence from Thomson Reuters, Kritika Murugesan, Senior Director, GCC and Talent from NASCOM, Udaya Kumar Dintyala, Director of Cognitive Botics, Anup Simha, Program Director at Isania India Foundation, Dr. Surekha, Dean of Psychological Sciences from Christ University.
Bless you and keep you. The Lord lift his countenance upon you and give you peace. And give you peace. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious unto you and be gracious. The Lord be gracious unto you. Amen. Amen. Amen.
I request the welcome organization leaders to the stage to share the impactful neurodiversity initiative they are driving.
We'll start with you. Sure. Maybe you'll start.
Sorry. Good morning. My name is Gunjan Kumar, and I am a part of Thomson Reuters. I've been with Thomson Reuters for a little over 9 years now. I've spent about 20 years in the corporate world already. A few days ago, someone asked me, what keeps you here? What keeps you at Thomson Reuters? And for me, the first thing that came to my mind was culture and our commitment to the culture that we have at Thomson Reuters. Now, it sounds like a cliched thing to talk about culture, but it is actually not. Our commitment to diversity, our commitment to inclusion is one of the best in the industry. It sounds like one of those fancy things you say to sound cool, but it's actually not. From the time I've come, I've been a part of the Women at TR team, the diversity team, and I've seen things that we've done. It is pretty impressive. Now, all of that, everything that I'm telling you, it sounds like, again, one of those things that people say towards the end of the year. Especially people from the corporate world, you will realize this better than the students here. And for students, at the end of the year, in the corporate world, all of us are supposed to write our self-evaluations, where we say amazing things. We've solved for world hunger, we've got world peace, and so on and so forth. This is not that. This is truly meaningful stuff. Our commitment to neurodiversity started perhaps 5 years ago, and we've done a lot of amazing things within that. We've got more than 70, perhaps 80 interns who've come and worked with us. Several of them now have full-time jobs at Thomson Reuters. That's our commitment to neurodiversity. Internally, we've got a lot of recognition for this initiative, as you can imagine. We've got the CEO award on several external platforms as well. We've got a lot of recognition for this effort. So I'm not going to bore you with details about these are the specifics of what we did during the neurodiversity program, but what I'll tell you are perhaps my 3 big learnings from this entire experience. Number 1, you don't need a dramatic moment of epiphany or catharsis to do something like this. You just need a moment of motivation. One of our leaders was in some random conversation, a tea conversation, and he came up with this idea that we should do something about it. And that's it. That is how this started. It just needed a bit of conscious involvement, and that's all. That is all that was needed. So if you're looking for that bright idea, it's not going to come from some amazing corner. Just look towards your daily conversations. It's there. It's right there. 2, if you really have the will, you will find a way. We ran into several issues, and Ashika here will confirm to that. We ran into several issues, but we kept finding a solution to it. Again, if you're committed to the idea, you will find something, and you will do something. The third realization that I have is it's not lack of will that is a challenge. There are a lot of extremely well-meaning people across the entire corporate world and in this group as well. I think sometimes it's lack of awareness, and it's just the lack of recognition of that idea that this is something that needs my attention. Lack of will is not a problem that I've heard of. With all of that, one of the things that I talk about all the time now is this is perhaps one of our foundational responsibilities, that we spread that awareness across and as much as we can. Some of us have the capability and authority to do a lot. I think we should just commit to it. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm really happy and glad to be here. In fact, it's actually a true honor to be here at the 8th edition of the India Neurodiversity Summit, right? To me, this is not just a gathering or a summit. To me, this is much more profound. It's actually one of the most powerful platforms in India where real conversations happen, real actions actually happen. And at SAP, we are absolutely proud, extremely proud to have actually pioneered this and also have led this from the start so far. And I have to say that probably back in 2011, we started a program called Autism at SAP, Autism at Work. And at that point in time, we were pioneers in leading this, and we had no blueprint, we had no playbook around it, but only we had the belief that, we truly believe that talent can come in any form. And this belief turned into a small pilot, and this pilot became successful, not just any success, hugely successful, because today, Autism at Work is not just an India program, it's a flagship global program that's driven all across SAP globally. And it taught us one thing, right? It's something really, really profound, that inclusion is not charity. Inclusion is innovation, inclusion is human strength, and inclusion is also company strength. And with that motto, we've been functioning to really drive this program forward. And I also have to say at SAP, inclusion is not just a policy that's written on some walls or some pages, right? It's actually at the core, the foundation of how we innovate, how we collaborate, how we actually create workplaces that actually gives opportunity for every individual to thrive. And these experiences over the time created really the profound impact for us that we truly believe that neurodiversity is not a challenge that can be managed, but it's actually a reason to celebrate. And I think that is really one of the most profound parts of really driving this program across. And I have to admit that community here, that we have all gathered here to get together here, it's quite profound. I think this whole community is not just built on the fact of showing sympathy, but more in terms of intention, action, and empathy. Right? And as we drive forward to the next decade of this movement, we should definitely ensure that we drive this forward towards creating a workplace which is not just inclusive but also empowering, and creating opportunities which are really planned out of purpose and with dignity, and also creating a support system not just for employees, also for families. And above all, I like to say that we need to work towards a future where neurodiversity is not just another niche initiative, but it's really considered as a national strength, right? And as I end my speech, I'd like to thank all the organizers, all the contributors, and each one of you who've been part of this, present, and your passion is what actually drives this community forward, ever growing and dynamically moving forward. I'd like to end with one statement. Let's continue building a world where every mind has a chance to shine. Thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is Anup. I'm the Program Director at Ishanya India Foundation. So I'm glad to be part of standing in between corporates and an academic body. So we are a non-profit organization representing the sector. So I think it's important that there are multiple stakeholders to be part of the inclusion journey. So as a community, we are glad that all the stakeholders are here to enable the ecosystem. So on that note, Ishanya started in 2015. It's been a decade of experience working in the community. We offer direct intervention services based in Bengaluru. So we have 3 verticals of education, livelihood, and capacity building. Direct intervention programs, close to 12 programs are part of, that starts off with early skill development to school readiness programs. It goes on to skill development, livelihood training, employability training, vocational training. These are based in Bengaluru. Apart from that, we also work with corporates, colleges on inclusion, sensitization, disability awareness programs. This is our direct intervention in Bangalore. Apart from that, we work in 25 plus districts of Karnataka. We work with various stakeholders in early identification. We train grassroots workers, ASHA workers, Anganwadi workers on early identification of neurodevelopmental disabilities, empower them with various information, access to various knowledge. We train them, we train the caregivers. We also have a dedicated alternative augmentative communication training program for caregivers. So we've been running for a decade. We also have training program for special educators, for the community members as well. We have a neurodiverse advisory board, so nothing, whatever a decision that we need to make, we need to include the community. So we have an active ND advisory board as well. So we also run a peer support group for working professionals. We have close to 60 ND individuals actively part of the group. So we meet monthly once. These are all ND folks working various companies. So that's our way of supporting post-employment as well. So thank you all.
Hello, good morning everyone, and thank you so much for being here, taking out time and being a part of this lovely initiative. I'm Anamika and I lead the emerging and special tech initiatives within Nagaro. And under that, what we have been trying to do, or we have been striving for, is getting an intersection of inclusion and technology, how technology can, make everyone's lives easier. So, of course, technology has a lot of power, and neurodivergence brings in a completely different perspective of looking at the world. And when we combine these two, I think we are going to create something amazing out of it. So we all are in the age of AI, in the age of, intelligence, and we have technologies where now we don't need to adapt according to what, let's say, a technology or a website or a software would need. But we now have the technology which is capable of adapting according to our needs. And this is where we are trying to work, to create software not just for neurodivergence or for the community, but we are trying to build software by this community, with the help of this community, and of course for everyone. So that again helps us in getting a perspective of how a person with some special needs would be using any, software, or let's say as simple as booking a ride, booking a cab, ordering food, and things like that, So that's basically where we are working, including people from the spectrum into our teams, getting their perspective. And trust me, our teams have learned so much from these individuals. So there's a program that Nagaro has been running. Started in 2016 somewhere. We started it in Austria. It's called Testing Pro, where we train neurodivergent people in software testing and quality analysis of software, and we make them employable, and we also end up hiring some of those teams or people that we are training. We launched this program in India as well, seeing the success that we have had in Austria. And after that, I think we have already done almost 3 to 4 batches of Testing Pro in India, and seeing its success, seeing the kind of perspective it's bringing into our day-to-day tech work, we have also launched the same in Sri Lanka now. So we are going to take this initiative global, and we are, completely on with it. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, good morning. So my journey with the Autism at Work started back in 2017 when I got a mail that the BRG team is looking for volunteers. And looking at the word autism, I thought that, okay, what does it actually mean? And then I started Googling, watching YouTube videos and all. And as I went through the videos, I said that, okay, this is something which I can be part of. I can kind of like work into it and kind of like help the group. And with this thought, back in 2015, JP Morgan started the Autism at Work stream to hire candidates from the spectrum, and not to just hire, but to hire them in a meaningful job profiles. With time, the kind of like the program saw a huge kind of like improvement, and it just started with IT job roles, but then it expanded to 90 plus more different job roles, and expanding from just Delaware to all the global kind of like JP Morgan Chase centers. And in 2017, it got renamed to Neurodiversity program. So the thought with this program was that not to just create an inclusive environment for the employee, but to create an ecosystem that includes the family as well. And that's where we kind of created a caregiving stream where not just the employee, but their family members can be connected with each other. We created listening circles so that each and every family member can connect with the other member within this, who have members. And to have kind of like to see it through the end and have them inducted into a job profile, not to kind of like get them adjusted to the JP Morgan system, but to adjust the JP Morgan process, job profile, and the processes to kind of like adjust accordingly to them, and making things easier for them as well. So that's where currently we are right now. I've been part of this program for last 8 years, and it kind of like brings me immense pleasure that we have grown a lot. We have seen kind of like a large involvement from non-profit organizations, educational institutes, and everyone. So really happy to be here and represent JP Morgan. Thank you.
Hey, good morning. My name is Udaya Dinchala. First of all, glad to be back here in the Neurodiversity Summit. And I'm a parent of a kid with autism. He's not a kid anymore. He's 29. And he works for Capgemini, thanks to them. And I also want to thank all these corporates here who hire these guys, because so that parents like me can sleep well. Okay? I think this theme of this conference is about innovation and policy and empowerment. I think today, I went to US recently. I was there for 2 months. I just flew back. It takes roughly around 12 months waiting period for getting a diagnosis for autism. And it takes 2 to 3 years to get a therapist appointment. Actually, it costs $100 an hour, and $10,000 a family spends out of pocket. And in UK, where my team is working currently, it takes 12 months for diagnosis and 12 months for therapy. So there are huge resource constraints. So rightfully, innovation is critical so that policymakers can design policies so that we can address more people. So I'm chairman of Cognitive Biotics. Earlier I was head of AT&T India operations. And so we felt as a family we should do something for a community with autism in early intervention between 2 to 7 years, so that in every market using a Make in India product, we can make the waiting list zero, and using the latest technology and including language like Kannada, Telugu, so that parents can transcend barriers of distance, language, caste, and many barriers, so that we can deliver at scale, so that more people get early intervention, the more people can join all your corporates as an employees. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm playing the host today. My colleague, Dr. John Paul, has done a wonderful job of warmly welcoming all of you. For me, this day is very important in the sense of how my students can benefit out of a lot of interactions with all of you. What we do here at campus is to sensitize them, to educate them, to teach them, preach, etc. But nothing like having to listen prima facie from the stalwarts who are present here. At Christ University, we place a lot of priority on inclusivity, in learning, in accepting, tolerance, interaction, networking, and quite a lot of things that we do within the classrooms. And sometimes it is, not sometimes, it's always difficult to get into the industry directly to learn. But today we've got all of you here on campus, which I think is a big thing. So we are extremely happy to host all of you. And I'm sure there is going to be a lot of takeaways for my students alongside all our interactions and learning. A very warm welcome, all of you. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. And once again, taking forward being the host institution. So I would want to speak few words on behalf of the Center for Neurodiversity, Innovation and Research. So this is a very young center in our university, and we have started this in collaboration with Binghamton University, USA, and few partnering organizations in India, Bangalore as well. So Center for Neurodiversity has its presence in all our campuses. We have 6 campuses, so Delhi, Pune, and 4 of the Bangalore campuses, including the Baneghatta campus. We have committed faculty and students who are part of the center, and our main intention is to create more research, to work towards research, arrive at solutions, and we are mostly wanting to look at higher education as well, because a lot of work is done in primary school level education and even employment perspective, but to ensure that education at higher education institution level is also more accessible. So we have multiple wings. One of our team works on training programs, of course, that is to train capacity building for teachers, for community, for parents. We do have a popular public lecture programs where every month we invite professionals, and then this is an open to all kind of public lecture, which we think is more relevant, very in keeping it jargon free and then simplistic, so that laws, policies, all of that reach the common public. We have done training programs for special educators, regular teachers, school administrators, so that to ensure that there is more awareness, sensitization. We work within our own university, our students, through service learning programs, through research schemes, and through internship programs. They do work towards enhancing the awareness among our students. We have a support group we have started. That's a beautiful program which we started, wherein all our neurodiverse students came together and led by themselves, discussed about what they can do, and we have some outcome of it which we want to take it forward in terms of building it as a strong program within the university. We would want to look at universal design principles as well in making our own education system more accessible to and more inclusive within the higher education systems as well. So we look forward to collaborating with all the stakeholders in the community to ensure that we all together work towards making neurodiverse inclusion more stronger, celebrate neurodiversity, and ensure that everyone has a role to play in this growth. Thank you.
Firstly, good morning, and I'm very privileged to be standing here. I represent NASSCOM. My name is Kritika. I think all the leaders here have already captioned it really well in terms of that it's a priority for innovation, and I think for today's tech industry that is the topmost priority in terms of saying how are we going to innovate, and unless we're truly inclusive, I don't think that innovation is going to happen. And it's a compilation of stories, best practices, and our thing with this was how do we make this intent into action. And thank you all for contributing to the white paper as well, and I think it is going to be a strong note to the industry to build out further from there. With that, I like to thank you again for having me here, and I also like to acknowledge my colleague Linika, who unfortunately couldn't travel from Delhi today, for all the behind the scenes work and pulling the white paper together and continuing to work on different areas of inclusion. So thanks to her as well, and look forward to more work with all of you.
Thank you, everyone. I request you all to stay back on stage. I request Ranjana from Nagaro to lead the white paper launch.
Hi everyone, good morning. Good morning. It's a beautiful, beautiful Friday morning, and thank you so much for being here. I would like to call upon on stage my partner in crime, Ashika from Thomson Reuters. All right, so thank you so much for being here. Kritika, if you could move into the middle. And I would like to acknowledge the fact, like Kritika said, just continuing with her conversation about the white paper, there was a lot of organizations that got together, and a huge, huge thanks to NASCOM for bringing together white paper. Just hold on. I would like to just acknowledge the organizations on behalf of NASCOM who are part of the white paper ecosystem partners, which is Changing Foundation, Ishania India Foundation, Orkway, Action for Autism. It is co-authored with Indiverse Company and NASCOM, of course, and companies Wipro, Thomson Reuters, Accenture India, Nagaro, SAP Labs, Capgemini Services, and Publicis Sapient. I think we have representative of Wipro here. Sushmita, I can see you on stage. I see you right there. If you could come up. Accenture, do we have a representative out here? Capgemini, I think a couple of you folks are out here. If you could come on stage. Nobody's. Let's all be together and maybe like unveil the white paper. Publicis Sapient, if you're here, if you could just join us on stage quickly in the next 1 minute, it'll be great. Yes, Sushmita, if you could join us. Huge round of applause. Kritika, if you could do the honors, and I'll hand it over to Ashika for a quick 1 minute sermon.
Thank you so much. Very, very excited to be part of NASCOM's latest initiative, the white paper titled Beyond Inclusion, Neurodiversity and the Future of Work in India. A quick blurb about this white paper. The paper highlights the transformative potential of the neurodiverse talent in building workplaces that are resilient, innovative, and empathetic. For all of us, neurodiversity is not just a representation milestone. We strongly believe it's a strategic lever, and we aim to future-proof our business models. It provides an overview of diversity and its various forms, shares best practices from 12 leading organizations. It also provides practical frameworks for recruitment, training, integration of neurodivergent talent to help organizations build inclusive, future-ready workplaces. So thank you so much, leaders, for being part of the unveiling ceremony. Together, we are shaping workplaces that are truly diversified, and we are very, very proud to be part of this initiative today. Thank you so much, NASCOM.
And very quickly, you can see the QR code, you can scan it and actually download the white paper from the NASCOM community website. If you have any issues, you can just write to us and we'll be able to help you out. Thank you so much, and over to Vinay.
Thank you, everyone. We now move on to today's keynote. Today's keynote focuses on the evolving policy landscape on intellectual disability in India, an area that shapes access, rights, and opportunities for millions of individuals and their families. As we work toward building a more inclusive society, understanding these policies is essential for strengthening advocacy and ensuring meaningful implementation on the ground. I invite Maruti Krishnagore, Director in charge of CRC Devangere and Assistant Professor in Speech Pathology, to share his insights. Maruti Krishnagore K is a rehabilitation specialist in speech and hearing with rich experience across clinical, academic, and administrative roles. He has served in key positions at Swikar Academy, the Helen Keller Institute, and multiple composite regional centers, and currently leads CRC Devangere as Director in charge and Assistant Professor. He has mentored UG and PG trainees, conducted national seminars and CBR initiative, contributed to many flagship programs, and published research in reputed journals. Over to you, sir.
So, thank you so much for the introduction. So, good morning to everyone. So, distinguished guests and delegates and co-speakers, thank you for this opportunity. Myself, Maruti Krishna Gaudke. Basically, I'm an assistant professor in speech and audiology, working in, Davangere. It's a composite regional center. It's all of a sudden I am here in front of you all. Okay, actually on behalf of Dr. B.V. Ramkumar, Director NIPID. So due to unforeseen reasons, we all know that due to flight delays and cancellations, so sir has not come here. So he has given guidance and he has given motivation to deliver this keynote address here. So it's very happy and I'm honored to be here in front of you all, all the stakeholders and corporates. Okay, I think I'm the only one of, rehabilitation professionals I'm, seeing here. I hope maybe other rehabilitation professionals are also there. Okay, so I did my bachelor's and master's in, speech and audiology from Svikar Academy of Rehabilitation Sciences and worked in various organizations like, Svikar Academy, Helen Keller institutions, and then I moved into the, central government organization called, DEPWD, Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disability. It runs under, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. So let me start with my lecture. So you can see the slide here, NIPID, that is National Institute for Empowerment of Persons with Disability, located in Secunderabad, Telangana, and we are working for empowerment of persons with intellectual disability. And now recently Ministry has instructed to work on neurodiverse individuals like autism spectrum disorder and specific learning disability and ADHD. Okay, so yeah, next slide. Yes, I have given my introduction, and then next slide please. Yes, so all the delegates and all the corporates and all the esteemed guests have introduced the neurodiversity in action and about summit actually. So I am mostly focusing today on the government schemes and benefits. These are very important. How NIPID is taking forward to integrate the AI technology into CBR activities and providing rehabilitation services to the persons with intellectual disability and neurodiverse. Okay, let me start with my presentation. Next slide please. Yes. So how the neurodiversity evolving in India? We all know that, the statistics says that throughout entire world and globally, 10 to 15% of populations are neurodiverse. And where in India, it estimates that, 18 to 20 million individuals with intellectual disabilities are suffering with some, form of neurodiverse condition. Okay. And what is neurodiverse basically? So they are having a unique talents and their mind works in a different style. The organization of mind will be different. Being as a speech language pathologist, I can say that they are quite enough understanding the society and environment in their own style, right? And every day now I am standing here seeing you all. My occipital lobe is receiving signals and processing, okay, what I am speaking now, and even my auditory system also active, that which word I am using, okay, how I am speaking, it is all giving my auditory feedback signal to the temporal lobe, and there it is going to frontal lobe, and frontal lobe is processing my auditory signals and making articulatory movements in precise manner. Okay, that's how brain will process in between the neural structures and in between the areas of frontal, temporal, occipital lobes, and it functions properly. How we expect from the society too. So, but wherein intellectual disabilities and autism children, sometimes what is happening, there is an excessive neuromotor firing happening in the central nervous system. There is a poor coordination between the areas, especially like, the central nervous system areas of frontal, mostly the frontal lobe areas, I can say prefrontal cortex. Okay, you can see this area, the frontal lobe area is called as a prefrontal cortex. The prefrontal cortex plays a major important role for voluntary activities, voluntary movements, wherein prefrontal cortex having a excessive neurotransmitter firing. Because of that, the children with intellectual disability, autism and ADHD are doing hyperactive behaviors. They're not sitting at one place and roaming and jumping mimicking and doing some stereotypic behaviors. Okay, this is what is happening, and we are working to control their behaviors by providing traditional methods and integrating AI and developing a comprehensive rehabilitation services to them. Next slide. Yes, so let us see the definitions of neurodiversity. Most of us already aware that what is intellectual disability and autism developmental disorder, autism spectrum disorder, and attention deficit hyperactive disorder and specific learning disability. Let me go through quickly about each disability. If you click on intellectual disability, it will open. Next. Excuse me. Yeah. Please click on intellectual disability. Yes. All of you see here the intellectual disability is a neurodevelopmental disorder beginning in the childhood characterized by deficit in intellectual functioning. That means reasoning, problem solving, judgment, thinking, and academic learning. And there is a problem in adaptive functioning, like they will not behave as they have to behave with the society, and there will be a poor practical skills and conceptual and social skills. And the identification and diagnosis, it includes there are different Indian indigenous test tools we have developed as a NIPID, and it is widely acceptable and it is used in the practical setups. Those are like the children should have a below IQ, approximately IQ should be 70 or below, then we consider it as an intellectual disabled child. And if you see the severity, there are different categories like mild, moderate, and severe. Okay, based on their IQ level, not only IQ level alone, we have to see their adaptive functioning skills as well. Adaptive functioning skills also plays a very important role, not only just IQ. So then we can give a concrete structure of concrete diagnosis of a intellectual disability. Based on that, whether they are educatable, whether they are trainable, whether they are, take it forward, that we have to decide and select the appropriate intervention strategy. Next. Autism spectrum disorders, we all know that autism spectrum disorders is a neurodevelopmental disorder. During the developmental stage, like 0 to 3 years of age, they will be having a problem in their brain organization skills, and especially they will be having a problem in social communication and social interaction and maladaptive behaviors, and sometimes stereotypic and repetitive behaviors also they will exist. This is the main problem, and persistence of continuous these behaviors lead to poor communication skills, poor academic achievements, and even poor interaction with the society will lead to delay in their development of speech and language and communication skills. So how to identify these? Again, initially there was a very much challenge. Now we have a developed Indian scale for assessment of autism, ISA, developed by NIPID, and it is gazetted by Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, and it is widely acceptable, and all the stakeholders of psychologists, special educators, and speech language pathologists are using these test procedures and identifying the autism spectrum disorders at very early age. Okay, and next. Coming to attention deficit hyperactive disorders, being as a professional, we should know the differential diagnosis between all these conditions. Sometimes all conditions look like similar. Okay, sometimes the characteristics will be comorbid with intellectual disability, autism with ADHD, but by using a standardized test procedures, we have to do proper differential diagnosis, then only we can provide the best quality services and proper management. Okay, let us see the attention deficit hyperactive disorder, wherein autism also they were having a stereotypic behaviors, and wherein attention deficit hyperactive disorder also there will be a impulsivity, inattentivity, and sometimes there will be a combination of impulsivity and inattentivity. These common characteristics also will seen in autism sometimes. So how to differential diagnosis these two? So there is a DSM-5 classification manual is there. Okay, they have clearly stated that these are the characteristics of autism, these are the characteristics of intellectual developmental disability and ADHD. We have to look for the differential diagnosis aspect. Most of the time whenever patient come to us, we will directly jump into the conclusion. So I'm requesting you all, young minds are there and students are also there from Christ University. So please go through DSM-5 classification manual system and go to NIPID website. We have all uploaded our PDFs and all the test procedures are available, freely accessible, and you can download and try to do differential diagnosis between the disorders, right? So wherein autism, poor communication, social interaction problems, and stereotypic, wherein autism, impulsivity, and combined impulsivity behaviors will be seen. And the differential diagnosis also is very much needed, and 0 to 3 years of life is very important. So if we identify the condition at very early age, we can go for early identification and early intervention and use of brain plasticity. Brain plasticity and spontaneous recovery also will be seen in these children's. Yes. And next one is specific learning disability. Okay, earlier it was calling as learning disability. Now specific learning disability means it is also a neurodevelopmental disorder or comes under neurodiverse group. Okay, where the children are having a problem only in reading, writing, mathematical calculation. I mean to say overall academic skills will be the very difficult. Sometimes in classroom they will not adjust with the environment. Sometimes they will not understand the teacher what they are teaching, right? And sometimes they will not understand the complex instructions what they are providing during the course curriculum. So then what it leads the depressive conditions, low self-esteem, student will not cope up in the studies, okay, and ultimately it leads to stereotypic abnormal behaviors. Right? So ultimately what we have to do as a rehabilitation professionals and stakeholders, we have to identify these disorders at early age and provide early intervention. I am stressing again and again that early intervention gives a very good results, that we will see how we are working to give early intervention services to persons with disability from Ministry of Social Justice and DEPWD. Yes. You can see here legislative framework. Actually, in India now RPWD Act is enforced. Okay, this RPWD Act is developed, and we have adapted some of the objectives from NCERPD. Like main key NCERPD principles are like respect, inherent dignity and individuality, right? And non-discrimination and full participation in society, accessibility across all domains, and quality of opportunity and gender equality, and respect of evaluation capacities of children with disabilities. So similarly, our RPWD Act also says that we have adapted and using since from the 2016. Okay, adapted and ratified in 2017 and enforced in 2016, and since 2016 onwards we are using and giving a best quality services and providing the accessible friendly features to all the individuals in infrastructures and public buildings and transportation systems, and providing educational opportunities and employment opportunities, and also providing skill development opportunities for them. And in India progressive response also, you can see there our policies are increasing, reflect UNCRPD social media, social model of disability, moving beyond the charity of rights based approaches. Like it's not a charity, it's like identifying their strength and develop their strength and develop their communication skills and adaptive skills and develop their social model of a disability. That is the main idea. Yes. And as I was talking about RPWD Act, you all know that earlier there was a PWD Act in 1995, and we have reframed it, and we have included other disabilities. Now the autism spectrum disorder also is one of disability identified as per RPWD Act. So we moved from 7 disabilities to 21 disabilities, and also included autism, cerebral palsy and learning disabilities in a RPWD Act on the list. And revolutionary changes are here. I would place a record that increasing disability from 7 to 21, and enhanced reservation from 4% to initially it was 3%. Now we have increased it to 4%. And now educational rights are inclusive education is a main concept of RPWD Act. We are providing educational opportunities and school readiness skills under the early childhood development program and making them to go for inclusive education. That is the main idea about RPWD Act. And accessible mandate also, you see universal design is one of the main important key element and object in RPWD Act, providing in infrastructural development and transportation and communication. And legal capacity also, recognizing and recognition of equal and legal standing. We have to provide some legal support to the persons with disability to take them up upward their life standards. So that is why RPWD Act says that we have to provide the legal capacity and strict penalties also. If anyone is insulting and abusing the persons with disability, there should be a strict, penalties and, imprisonments will be there. That is severely, implemented as per RPWD Act. And the key, as I mentioned already, autism spectrum disorder is identified as a disability, specific learning disability is included, and mental illness is covered widely, and Ministry of Social Justice is providing a national level support by providing a national helpline numbers. The rehabilitation professional, especially clinical psychologists, are available 24/7 and providing a guidance and the tips to the persons with a disability and then family members to overcome their mental illness conditions. Now coming to DEPWD, Department of Empowerment of Persons with a Disability, Government of India. The DEPWD changing a complete nation structure in the point of providing creative, inclusive society where all persons with a disability can lead lives in the dignified manner and play a key role in formulating policies and also programs, initiatives, and aim to promote inclusivity, accessibility, and empowerment of persons with disabilities. And mandate scope is like, various aspects of disability empowerment, including we are providing a mandate in education and employment, social security, accessibility, and rehabilitation. Such initiatives are giving a very good opportunity for persons with a disability to actively participate in social, emotional, cultural, and ensuring their full participation in the contribution of nation development. Ultimately, our aim is like to develop nation in a good standards. So by providing sufficient amount of support to the persons with the disabilities, also then nation build will be taken care completely. And key initiative by the department here I will place on record that Accessible India campaign. Most of them are aware that Accessible India campaign says that all building infrastructure should have accessible characteristics and features to access by the PWDs and their family members, and also barrier-free environment, to create barrier-free environment so that they can access and reach to unreached places. And even government buildings also nowadays, persons with a disability wants to give a representation to go to government buildings, and some private organizations also. There is a hurdle of barrier-free environment. Okay, so by providing Accessible India campaign using the aims and strategies, we are creating a barrier-free environment throughout the country. That is a main challenging task, but we have taken into very larger way by involving NGOs and private partners and corporates, and we have developed one S2 Access under Sugamma app, Sugamma Bharat app. There is an app called mobile app called S2 Access. So you can install by Play Store. Please, all the students, please write down S2 Access. You can download from the Play Store. Even you can do the social audit you are building. How the Christ University auditorium is effective in social, providing barrier-free environment. It will give a live social audit results. So whether it is 100%, whether it is 60%, whether it is 40, 30, where is the challenge actually? Where problem is challenging in, like ramp, maybe in steps, maybe in elevator, maybe reaching to the stage. So where is the hurdle? Okay, you have to click a photo and upload in, automatically the app will give a results to you. Okay, and these are the main key initiatives. There are many schemes and benefits. I will come next in slide. Yes. As I mentioned, the DPWD is mainly focusing on changing the nation. That is, we are providing a 3-tier system, encourage grassroots level to national levels. What is the 3-tier? First one is we are focusing mainly on service infrastructure by establishing a national institutions and composite regional centers and DDRCs. So there are total 10 national institutions are there in India. Okay, each national institution is specialized, disability specific center, and one is NIPID, that is exclusively providing services and creating barrier-free environment and giving a good opportunities for intellectual developmental disabled children. And there are 25 composite regional center across India and providing services for all the types of PWDs, where national institution is focusing on single disability, where composite regional centers are providing the services to all 21 types of disabilities which are mentioned cover in RPWD Act. And we're in district disability rehabilitation centers, though we have a national institutions, composite regional centers in each state, but there is a scarcity and we need to address the grassroots level conditions. We have to go to villages, we have to go to community level, and there we have to identify the children because of social stigma, because of lack of awareness, and because parental involvement is not there, because of financial conditions. They are not coming forward to take the therapies at these composite regional center and national institutions. Most of the time, even I am working in composite regional center Davangere, though it is a center part of Karnataka, there are some regions around, they are not interested to coming forward to enter and register and take the services in CRC Davangere because of cultural backgrounds, because of social stigma, because of lack of interaction, lack of identification. Basically at early stage they are not identifying, and they are waiting that yes, after 3 years, after 5 years, maybe after 10 years my child will be okay. That is the condition. So where DEPWD initiated DDRCs, that is called District Disability Rehabilitation Centers, where national institution is providing services throughout the nation, and where composite regional center is targeting the state, and where DDWE is focusing on the district level. This is the 3-tier structure we are following and providing the best quality services to the persons with disability to improve their quality of life. Yeah. Yes, next. So they are instructing me to complete, soon. So I'll try to manage my time. Next. Yes, there are major schemes. So I have explained about the infrastructure facilities. Now I am talking about the schemes. So health related schemes are there, and rehabilitator related, and education support and skill development programs, employment initiatives, and assistive technology and social security. Wherein health and education rehabilitation, we have a Niramaya scheme. The Ministry of Social Justice, DEPWD, is providing a 1 lakh health insurance to persons with disability, non-surgical and health insurance scheme. First they have to register under the Niramaya health insurance scheme, and they have to go to empaneled hospitals, and they have to get a treatment, and then they will get a reimbursement up to 1 lakh. This is one good scheme actually we are implementing in CRC Davangere, in fact in NIPIT. And wherein educational support, yes, we are providing a quality of education and inclusive education we are talking about, but where the children sometimes need about scholarships. Okay, Ministry of Social Justice and DEPWD is providing pre-metric scholarship, post-metric scholarship, top class education scholarships, and overseas education scholarship for persons with disabilities. So there is a NSP, National Scholarship Portal. Student has to enroll in higher education institutions also. If any PWD students are there, please go to NSP website and enroll yourself, and you are eligible to get a scholarship under the DEPWD scholarship scheme. And in overseas education also, if you are interested to, so I apply before and there will be a deadline, so then you will get a overseas scholarship as well. And skill development program. Yes, most of the stakeholders and corporates are now here gathered for employment opportunities. Yes, even DPWD also identified more than 100 trades and instructed all the national institutions and composite regional centers to start skill development for persons with a disability. Not only single disability, again I am putting a point here that 21 disabilities are acceptable, and we are accepting them and making a group of 30 children and 40 students and providing 3 months to 6 months skill development training programs in various trades. Now at this time in NIPIT, domestic data entry is happening, and food and beverage is happening, and domestic data entry, assistant plan caretaker, and sewing machine training, sublimation unit, photocopy machine, all this kind of short-term training program skill developments are happening. And we have a very good networking with Youth for Job Foundation and other organizations. They are providing employment opportunities. Our Dr. B.V. Ramkumar sir is majorly taking an initiative to provide employment opportunities for persons with disabilities in all the sectors, IT sector, manufacturing sector, and food and beverage as well. And coming to employment initiative, as I mentioned earlier also, it is now increased to 4%. Earlier it was 3, now it is 4% by DPWD. And assistive technology, I have to mention here, we have a Alimco department. Most of the corporates are known that, Alimco is located in Kanpur, and they are manufacturing all the aids and appliances which are required for persons with disability, like example, wheelchairs, tricycles, clutchers, hearing aids, visual aids, and Sugamya cane. All these devices we are providing free of cost in all the national institutions, composite regional centers. In fact, yesterday was the main program, International Day of Persons with Disability. There we have provided motorized tricycles as well. Motorized tricycles. So now the quality is improved, and even n number of devices are supplying from Alimco department. We have PMDK, Pradhan Mantri Divyasha Kendra, in each CRC and national institution, and we are providing on daily basis all the aids and appliances. This is also one major scheme. Likewise, we have a national trust under the DPWD. We have a national trust. Okay, in that there are specific to empower the persons with disability by providing some schemes. This is Disha, Vikas, Samarth, and Garunda, Badhte Kadam, Niramaya, and Sampark. These are the very important schemes actually. You can see Disha scheme is for early intervention, mainly focusing on 0 to 10 years of children's. Okay, identifying at the early age, providing services at early intervention. And next, Vikas Daycare Center, Samarth Respite Care Center, and Garunda is a group home shelters for persons with disabilities. Not only sometimes persons with disability in need of shelter homes, because of their familial issues, because of their financial conditions, because of their mother and father difficulties, they need some continuous help from the ministry. So we are providing a financial assistance to NGOs and private partners to apply for Garunda scheme, and providing a grant in aids from the DPWD, and motivating and encouraging them to continue this scheme called Garunda. Yes. So yes, because of time constraints, so I am just reading out here. See, major schemes. I have provided the web link also. I'll share this PPT to the coordinators. They can share with you all. We have a UDID scheme, right? UDID is mandatory now. Even providing employment opportunities also, UDID card is mandatory. Without UDID card, they are not eligible to get any sort of government benefits. So it is strict rule as per RPWD Act. Each and every PWD has to get a UDID card. So CRC and national institutions are enrolling persons with disability under UDID and helping them to get a UDID card from the district administration called district medical team. District medical team will assess and provide the UDID card. Basically, it is similarly like our Aadhaar card. How we have an Aadhaar card, they will get a UDID card with percentage of disability. So the persons with disability will get government benefits above 40%. The person should have a minimum 40% disability or more, then they are eligible to get a government schemes. And we have a ADIP scheme also, that distribution of aids and appliances, and Niramaya health insurance scheme, NDHDFC, this is National Divyanjan Financial Development Corporation. We are providing financial assistance to the persons with disability and their parents. If any self-help groups are also there, they have to register under NDFDC, so they will get a financial assistance from the ministry up to 25 lakhs. And DDRS, Deen Dayal Rehabilitation Centers, and we are there, they are providing a complete rehabilitation services. And national fund also is there, scholarship schemes are available, and skill development training programs are going on, and national awards to identify the potential PWDs in sports category, in different categories. Recently, in Raj Bhavan, our respected Honorable President Madam has given a national award, and even all NIs and composite regional centers are going and reaching to the national awardees, verifying their applications and recommending to the ministry, and to felicitating there to get the national awards. And Accessible India campaign, I have already mentioned. Through Accessible India campaign, we are making the all infrastructures to be barrier-free environment for PWDs. And Purple Fest, Okay, Purple Fest is a main thing, like we have to identify the potential PWDs and give a dignified life to them and give an opportunity for them to interact with the mainstream industry. So Purple Fest is a main program where all the PWDs are coming together and performing their skills and interacting with the stakeholders. And that ministry is providing the opportunity in different regions. Even CRC Davangere also conducted one Purple Fair in Davangere itself and in Yadgir and Raichur. Like that, we are going to different places and conducting these Purple Fairs to provide opportunities for persons with disability to come out and show their talents. And national helpline, please all of you write down. Now it is changed. Initially it was Kiran Mental Health Helpline number. Now we have changed it to national helpline, that is 14456. You can contact anytime. All the rehabilitation professionals, especially psychologists, will be available. If you have any doubts, queries regarding their mental health, you can talk to them. And next, travel concessions also will be provided. If they have a UDID card, there will be a travel concession in air, train, bus, and even in the local transportation also they will be having concessions. And DDRs, as I mentioned already, National Trust and Special Olympic Bharat. It is that scientifically proven physical activities are very much important for persons with disability, especially neurodiverse group, to improve their coordination between the brain structures, which I mentioned earlier. So that ministry has taken an initiative to conduct sports activities for persons with disabilities. They have come up with Special Olympic Bharat, one scheme. Okay, I have provided link there, please you go through. And SIBDA scheme. SIBDA scheme is especially for to provide a financial assistance to the NGOs and voluntary organizations to conduct the skill development training programs. And special schools and vocational training centers and Divyakala Mela, Divyakala Shakti also is happening across India. And likewise, free coaching. Now in CRC Davangere, even in fact NIPID also we are providing IBPS free coaching for persons with disabilities. Okay, now those who have completed their graduation level, master's level, they are eligible to get this free IBPS coaching so that they can go for competitive examination as well. Okay, now our trainees are writing Karnataka State Board examinations. Hopefully we will, some of our trainees will get a job in Karnataka State as well. So likewise, in all the composite regional centers and national institutions, this free coaching scheme is going on for intellectual developmental disability and neurodiverse group to get to participate in competitive examinations. And CDAC, okay, that is called Cross Development Early Intervention Center. Okay, now concept has come, early intervention. So we have to identify the disability by 0 to 3 years, then so that we can plan our intervention at the earliest. So like that, national institutions and apps, Divyakala Mela, income tax exemption also are available for persons with a disability. And national action plan. Under national action plan, we have a skill development training programs. Okay. Yes, Cross Disability Early Intervention Center. The main idea here is providing early screening, detection and medical assessment, and providing comprehensive development assessment, and providing therapeutic intervention called occupational therapy, speech therapy, special education, clinical psychology services, and parental counseling. And very important thing is linkage between the RBSKs, that is Rashtriya Bala Suraksha Karyakram. Okay, so under Ministry of Family and Health Welfare, they are conducting this RBSK scheme. So we are linkaging with them and providing the early identification services. In all the CRCs and national institutions, now the CDAC departments are open. You can see here across country we have a total 28 cross disability early intervention center are established in all the national institution composite regional centers. You can visit and you can refer your known persons with a disability and they can avail their services in all these centers. Yes, district early intervention centers, as I mentioned just now, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, they are also providing a grassroots level intervention, and around 300 plus CDAC centers are established across the country and integrating with the district health system, and so far they have screened more than 3 lakhs individuals and children of different neurodiverse and developmental disabilities, and provide the success rate. You can see here is 70% early intervention success rate is seen by this district early intervention centers. Coming to NIPID. The national institutions, as I mentioned, it's premier institutions under the DPDD, providing the best quality services to intellectual disability and autism, cerebral palsy, and learning disabilities. And we are taking up so many research activities in collaboration with the stakeholders by developing indigenous softwares, wherein disability rehabilitation, initially we were having on foreign journals and foreign studies. Yes. Yeah, time up, sir. Yes, thank you. So next pick, we'll go through. So we have a, MOU with Jai Vakil Foundation. We have developed one comprehensive, what you call Disha NIPID curriculum. So that we had an MOU. Next. We have an MOU with 45 startup companies, okay, to develop, comprehensive rehabilitation packages and including, main stakeholders to develop test tools, basically indigenous test tools. Yes. We have a signed with MOU, of cognitive biobotics. Next. AI-powered digital interventions also are happening in NIPID. So AI-powered, interventions are very much important. Being as a speech language pathologist, I feel like to develop nonverbal communication skills, we need AAC devices, augmentative alternative communication devices, which are empowered with AI technology. Now, to control their, day-to-day activities and recording their feedback, and that AI technology is much needed. And we have developed one e-Sanidhya neurodiversity platform. So it is in widely used, and you also can access and contact NIPID for, accessing this e-Sanidhya software. Yes. And this is launch of e-Sanidhya software. Next. Next. Yes, there are assessment tools. NITI assessment tool is there, that is NIPID test of intelligence, NIPID test of intelligence, and adult specific learning disability, this is SLD test. And we have developed ABI test, that is Adaptive Behavior Assessment India. And NIPID Indian Test of Intelligence was launched by Dr. Virendra Kumar, Honorable Minister of Social Justice and Empowerment. And technology also, the main focus now, earlier we were mainly focusing on traditional methods of teaching. Now NIPID is mainly focusing on technological advancements and including AI, artificial intelligence, in the rehabilitation and community based and virtual reality rehabilitations and virtual parental training programs also we are conducting. Yes. And multi-stakeholder collaboration is much needed. As a government, I have mentioned that so many schemes and benefits are happening and infrastructure development is happening. We need all your collaboration to take it forward. Yes. And employment skilling already we discussed. Yes. And we are providing job placements. Yes. And very good thing here is we are collaborated with now Smart India Hackathon. We are, inviting IITs, IIMs, and those students to do research in the development of technological advancements in assessment and management and providing parental counseling and also in development of indigenous softwares. Yes, it is mainly the focus is Make in India concept. As a central government idea is Make in India, so that now we are developing all our Make in India projects. So indigenous developmental softwares, aids and appliances, devices are under progress, and we are doing research. And developing those softwares in future. Yes, bridging gap. Yes, next. Our vision, I'll simplify and complete in just 1 minute. So early identification and disability services, zero waiting time, and AI-driven personalized and adequate professional workforce, and India as a global leader, and nationwide attitudinal shift towards the inclusion, and 1% GDP dedication to the disability sector updating. Yes, next. Yes. So as we gathered here for this 8th India Neurodiversity Summit, let us commit to accelerate this momentum and ensure that neurodiversity is not just accommodated but celebrated as a valuable dimension of human diversity that enriches our society. and different minds, infinite possibilities. Together, we built an inclusive India. This is a statement from NIPID, and on behalf of Dr. B.V. Ramkumar sir, I am very much sorry for taking your time, and I thought of conveying many things, but somehow I concluded my session here. Thank you so much, and please be in touch with NIPID, and if any doubts, contact NIPID. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I hope I tried my level best. Thank you for listening patiently for me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights. Your perspective will certainly guide our collective efforts toward stronger advocacy and better implementation. I request Udaya sir from Cognitive Robotics to kindly felicitate Maruti Krishna. We now move to our first panel discussion, Neurodiversity at Work, Rethinking Employment, Redefining Success. This panel brings together leaders who are reshaping how workplaces understand talent, productivity, and inclusion. This panel will delve into the evolving landscape of hiring, support system, and career growth for neurodivergent individuals. Through lived experience and organizational insight, the discussion will highlight that what true accessibility and meaningful opportunity look like. It invites us to move beyond traditional definition of success and build workplaces where diverse mind can thrive. It is my pleasure to introduce Raghunandan, who will be moderator for this panel. After having worked in field of information and technology for some of the biggest MNCs for over a decade, Raghu shifted gears to design and multimedia services. Later, he co-founded Isanya India Foundation along with his wife Swati. He is a techie by heart, a designer, a photographer, and most importantly, a problem solver. In past few years, Raghu has been actively involved in creating new programs for neurodivergent individuals, setting up processes and collaboration, bringing his collective knowledge and corporate experience to the table. Together, Swati and Raghu are working together towards their shared vision of inclusive world. I request Raghunandan to come up on stage and introduce the speaker and lead the panel.
Good morning, and thank you all for being here today. We are running a little short of time, so I'll make this a little quick. I would like to invite the panelists on stage. I'll give a quick introduction, and then I'll invite you all on stage. First, I would like to invite Mr. P. Rajshekaran, fondly known as Raja. He's a co-founder of Vishesh, an award-winning impact enterprise advancing disability inclusion through skilling, employment, and workplace accessibility. The organization has been recognized with several national and international honors, including the National Award from the President of India in 2016 for the Best Placement Agency for Persons with Disabilities. Welcome, Raja. Nice. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Meera Shenoy. Ms. Meera Shenoy is a renowned social entrepreneur and an advocate for employment for persons with disabilities. She is the founder of Youth for Jobs Foundation, a non-profit organization dedicated to assisting young individuals with disabilities to achieve economic independence through training and employment. She is also a national awardee from the President of India and the Asia Games Changer Award from Asia Society. Welcome, ma'am. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Suman John. She's a social entrepreneur, co-founder, and chief executive officer at Dia Innovations Private Limited, driving change through purposeful gifting. Her background includes serving as a teaching fellow at the Center for Social Impact Strategy, located within the University of Pennsylvania School of Social Policy and Practice. Welcome, Suman. And finally, I would like to invite Manas. Manas is a very focused, determined, and committed young software testing engineer with a degree in commerce. He's on the autism spectrum, specifically Asperger's. And by his perseverance, determination, and sincere hard work, he successfully completed his academics with gold medal in economics in 10th and 12th through NIOS. And he's also a marathon enthusiast. He's participated in over a dozen 10 kilometers and half marathons. And he's also a trained Carnatic classical singer and swimmer. Welcome, Manas. Great. So.
Thank you all again for being here with us today. So this is a pretty important discussion that we're going to have today, and let me just quickly set the context for what we're talking about. So one of the biggest challenges that any parent, with a child with disability goes through is that what after me? And employment plays a very, very big role in that, because if they get independent, if they're able to, be gainfully employed, and if they're able to continue their journey, then that's a big relief for the parent, right? That's one thing. The second thing is, the last few years, we are actually seeing a shift, in dynamics when it comes to what the world is seeing when it comes to persons with disabilities and employment. We are seeing more and more companies come forward. We are seeing more and more institutions, working towards skilling and development. We're also seeing more and more individuals, that is persons with disabilities, coming forward and saying, I want to do something with my life. I want to, be gainfully employed. I want to make a meaningful life out of whatever it is that I'm doing. So we are seeing that shift. The other thing is that the last few years, there's a lot of discussions about how can we make companies, how can companies make more inclusive workspaces? How is it possible for the companies to hire people better? How is it possible to train them? And how can we improve that longevity of the people who have been employed, and how can they do better when it comes to the career? And I think the last maybe few months, we are seeing a lot of chatter within the government, especially the Karnataka government, looking at introducing a bill when it comes to reservations for persons with disabilities in the private sector. There's already something in the government, but within the private sector, there is a discussion happening where they're looking at introducing a bill where 5% of the workforce should be employed, with, who are persons with disabilities who are employed within the companies. Now, introducing a bill is one thing, reservations is good, but without having a proper plan in terms of how this is going to, be taken forward, without having training programs, without making sure that we are able to take this forward in the right way, the reservation will only go that much, right? It may not do very well. So these are all the things that we need to think about when it comes to, employment and persons with disabilities, and, how can we make sure that they are gainfully employed. So having set the context, I would like to start the panel discussion, and I would like to start the discussion with Manas. So, hi Manas, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Okay, so the first thing I would want to, ask you is, before we talk about employment, are there really any stereotypes? Are there any things that companies normally think about, autistic individuals or persons with disabilities, and they feel that they may not be able to do this, or they may be able to do this, or whatever it is from your point of view? What kind of strength does your neurodivergence bring to the workplace?
everyone should be different and everyone should be good at something. Each one of them should be given an equal opportunity to participate.
Okay. Go ahead, please.
They should also have the attention to detail, and they should be focused, and they should be also sincere and dedicated, having the capacity to learn quickly and pick it up.
Okay, but do you think you can do something differently that maybe your colleagues are not able to do?
The other colleagues, I have to explain to them to do it things properly, make sure they should do it within the time. They have to understand how to do it. They need that hand holding initially.
Okay.
At some stage, once they need that hand holding, they are able to pick it up and do it within a given time period, completing the work within the deadline like that.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. I'll come back to you in a bit.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so the next thing I would like to open this up to both Raja and ma'am. See, when it comes to employment, there are real-world issues. I mean, maybe a lot of companies would like to employ persons with disabilities, but there are real-world challenges which stops them, or maybe they take a back seat because of that. So, what do you think are these kind of challenges? What is it that the companies can do to kind of mitigate those challenges? And also, from the point of view of, like I mentioned, increasing the longevity of the employment of persons with disabilities once they're employed. What is it, that they can do? If both of you can talk a little bit about that.
Sure. Thank you. Thanks, Meera. Thanks for Manas for setting that stage here and bringing what we want to talk. Two fundamental points. I will specifically focus on hiring neurodivergent talent here. Two specific points. One, as Manas said, attention to detail, problem solving, out of the box thinking. Why we need to have an adaptive selection process is these are things that every corporate wants, every organization wants, the society also wants that. So that is why we need a change in an adaptive selection process. Our current selection processes are mostly screening out rather than screening in. The second part of why we need an adaptive selection process is, it is most people who are neurodivergent have significant executive functioning skills, and executive functioning is not, we might think, organizing ourselves, having a memory chart, etc. is easy. It comes very naturally for many neurotypical individuals. But it is not like as easy as that, So a situation like a campus interview can be super overwhelming for an individual, or any interview can be overwhelming. It is somewhat overwhelming to be here in the panel. For me as a I identify as a neurotypical individual, so it is significantly overwhelming. So it is in this context, to make a level playing field, like Manas said, we need to look at, I'll focus on hiring, significant changes in the way we have to look at hiring itself. Everybody knows interviews are just not the way to do it. Interviews are, giving huge score on socialization than actual test of skills. So we are moving away from interviews to case study based hiring, where, work trial based hiring, where you have clearly set goals on what we are going to be testing. The fitness for purpose testing. Okay, and so that's first thing that most organizations should look at, and I think all of the best practices that I'm sure the white paper talks about that as already moving towards that, and we need more and more companies to be doing that. The second, before that, actually, I would want to also say that when I'm talking about screening in, our conventional HR design and practice and etc. gives a huge weightage to qualifications, internships, the year of the graduate CGPA score throughout all of this, and we screen out what talent, these are all privilege and skill proxies very, very clearly. They are not skill, it is not in any way remotely connected to skill. So best to do away with, bring in flexibility around all of this. So at the same time, yes, we got to be flexible and make sure we are screening in, and at the same time accept inflexibility also. There could be, individuals who want, for whom routine is so important for their executive functioning, and they may need a completely different, I have a particular interview slot, or I cannot work in certain shifts. These are inflexibilities, need to accept that, the second point. So all of these, adaptive, we recently worked with a corporate, and, this is a big tech company, I can't reveal the name of the company, because diversity, all of this is becoming a lot more complicated. When they went to the campus and they wanted neurodiversity at higher program, and they wanted from the campus, we had a lot of individuals trained by us, but no, this is a summer internship program, we have to work with campuses, so we had to work with campuses. They drew a blank, and the companies drew a blank when they wrote to the campuses. And what we had to do is some adaptive selection process. When they went to the campus, first of all, they didn't get. And if they had gone and they've got, the scoring test would be a timed test. And, it is going to trigger anxiety. It's not, you go to a campus, companies come, and, there is a pre-placement talk, and the next day, the same day, there is a test and an interview. It is an anxiety-filled environment in which students are applying. And many of them simply fall by the wayside. They are just not going to make the cut. First of all, they're not appearing. If they appear, they don't make. So we have to bring in these adaptations. Okay, let's extend the timing of the test. Let's give 2 days prior notice for the test. And things which we are still exploring is, the test has automatic integrity check, I'm going out of a screen, or I'm writing down. Many people are visual learners. If I have to attempt a code, I need to take a pen and paper, write it down, and then be able to respond, to the question. And as an integrity check, this is captured, and the person gets knocked out. And in fact, sometimes we have to give a feedback to this person that this is integrity. It's even more, the individual is going to feel even more worried about, hey, I did everything right, what did I do wrong? I think when I talked about it, about what is wrong that I've done. I've done everything like I'm supposed to do. I was very honest with it. So all of these adaptations are extremely crucial, from interviewing to interview setting to test setting and the recruiter training. All of this are required to at least screen in and get the talent. Otherwise, we are actually losing out on otherwise very important talent that we are talking about. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Your thoughts on that?
You want this? It's working?
Yeah. I have a small presentation just to make it crisp, which captures both what we do and what I think perhaps the sector can move towards. So I must admit, for us, it's a learning journey. I think Raja has so well captured many of the challenges, so I'm just going to go straight on to what has been our experiences in this field. Next, please. Yeah. So when we work with the high-performing youth, we find that we can put them after our trainings well into banks, and mainly the private sector banks we work with the financial institutions, and in consultancies. Over here we find that though we do the post-placement holding of the hand, they settle in much more quickly. And in consultancies, one of the challenge has been that they finish their task so fast, which others don't want to do, that they don't know how to occupy the rest of the youth's time like the others. And sometimes they have these divergences in their personality, which even if you do behavioral modification programs, it doesn't work. Like one of the example is a girl from a rich family who works extremely well, but she has this habit that after she finishes her work, the office is located in a 10th floor building. So she just walks around the canteens and picks a sandwich off people's, plate. So now, of course, everyone in the building knows that this is a divergence behavior she has, but such things need a little bit coping and take some time. Otherwise, this sector seems to work well for us. The other one where they all have special interests, special tastes, and they may be less educated with an IOS degree. There we find that we put them in the hospitality industry, in the logistic industry, and I took this example of Adore because it was not a typical example, and there we had great ownership right from the chairman himself. In fact, the request came from the chairman. So they just wanted 3 neurodivers so that their disability could be across the different disabilities. So we trained 3 youth, we did a lot of, what typically we do is we take visual representation of the work, put it into our training center, you have a buddy there, all the best practices, which I think everyone in this audience should know about. They settled well. Next, please. So there was one boy, it's the previous slide, it's okay. Our colleague here, he sings extremely well. We put him there it's the EV motor assembling, So he did extremely well there, he settled, and the parents are happy. But there have been more of dropouts, we find in this segment for various reasons, which we're still analyzing. In fact, what we do now is we have a team which is in Nipid, Hyderabad, since it's in Hyderabad, where the largest number of youth with neurodiversity come. Plus, I've kept an open Friday, where a lot of parents and mainly with neurodivers come to speak with me. The reason we are doing this is that we've set up, next please, Swarajability, which is India's first AI-triggered, completely accessible livelihood platform for youth with disabilities. It's got about 300,000 youth on it in 1,800 companies and just won the MIT Solve Award in New York. But we've not put neurodiversity on it. We have not put neurodiversity because we know that this requires a completely different approach. The more I talk to stakeholders, I realize a different kind of approach is needed for this. So now we are working on a tool, and I find, Raghu, that this is a wonderful forum to partner with to create this tool. So I'm going to leave this to Swati and Raghu's hand to put together this team to work with us to crack this tool, which can be used then by the complete sector, because it's very clear that whatever we do should be for the whole country and for everyone else. So that's my request. Next, please. I think one thing which worries most parents is that while the numbers are rising, you actually see that solutions we can offer are so limited, okay? So what can we do? So I just thought I'll put 1 or 2 ideas before the forum. I think one skill which a lot of neurodivers kids have and kids with autism have is the parents have taught them graphic designing, okay? And a lot of them find it difficult to get orders. So maybe, we should put these kids together into a pool, something like a joint company, where companies like you all can give orders to them to make this happen. And plus invest in some special skills which do not exist. For example, I recently met a person who does this graphic kind of art. it's graphic storytelling, which is useful for conferences, etc. She's an international person, and I asked her if she can do trainings for our kids, and I'm planning a batch next year. So if we can give some of these special tools to our kids, which others don't have, then I think some USP which we can have, which can drive companies to come and, actually give orders to this pool. Next, please. The other important area I find is talent. Parents are running wonderful art, both trainings, honing the skills, etc. So I do photography. I've been doing something called the Global Ability Photography Award, which I started 4 years back. Now the UN is our partner. We get something like 30 countries, we get registrations and participation, and it's already gone to Japan and it's gone to Dubai. The reason I'm saying is that what we can do is we can showcase this, everywhere, because each photograph we display, it has very clearly a barcode which goes on to that youth center, and they can see the talent over there. But there again, I think the issue is that how can companies look in investing these areas? For example, companies ask us to showcase, they get inspired by the kids. Little things come in, like recently the Hyundai did it. So one kid got a camera. But I think much more needs to be done if we need to showcase this talent. Companies who sit over here should take 6 top neurodiverse photographers, hone their skills, and make them the top of the world. It's only if we invest in things like this, I think we can make a difference. Next, please. So I'm just giving you this Varun's. If we can just, do we have time for a short video, or we'll leave it?
I think we'll skip the video bit.
Okay, next please. So the other thing which we are doing is investing in AT. And this is Felix. It's called a social robo. So what we did is we helped the owner to develop further. It's a social robo because it doesn't speak, it doesn't pass any comments. So kids with neurodiversity love it. It's got 5 colors related to 5 emotions. So you teach the kids the 5 colors, associations with the 5 emotions, and then this actually helps. This becomes like a companion for the kid because it's non-verbal, and it becomes also a communication tool for whoever works with the kid. This seems to work well. The data goes on to a cloud, and we in fact have put up a stall in the NIEPD for this to work, and we've taught the trainers in NIEPD how to handle this, and we are taking it across the country. So these are small, different kind of solutions which we are seeing can be introduced to the space besides the work we do in employment.
That's great, ma'am. Thank you. It's interesting you mentioned design. I mean, we do see a lot of students who are interested with design, illustrations. In fact, we also have a program where we have 30 plus students who are learning all of these skills. And we never imagined that these people can do this kind of work. And it's just that they need opportunities and they need, some sort of mentoring support. And I'm sure they'll be able to do a lot better. So thank you very much. And we are very happy if we could collaborate on the app that you were talking about, where we could create some sort of a platform where companies can come forward and provide work, and individuals can pick that up and see how they can take it forward, and we as organizations can always support and see how we can take it forward from there. And thanks, Raja, for all your inputs on how we can create a more inclusive environment in terms of how we can do the hiring process and how can we make it less overwhelming for individuals with respect to hiring, right? So I just want to shift the focus a little bit from corporate or open employment and come into sheltered employment. So the thing is, see, we all know everybody will not be able to be part of open employment processes. Even though we as organizations or parents would want their students or children to be part of companies, maybe they're not yet ready for open employment in companies, but that doesn't mean they don't have skill, right? So sheltered employment is a pretty big part of a lot of, it's a big initiative which a lot of organizations are coming forward and saying, let's try and do this because we are seeing success. So we have Suman, and we want Suman to talk a little bit. You've been doing this for 2 decades now, and I think more than 10 years as a private limited company. You have the same challenges as any other, corporate company, but yet we see that you're doing a lot better when it comes to hiring persons with disabilities, and most importantly, when it comes to retaining them. That means they're good at what they're doing, they're happy with what they're doing, and you're able to create a business model out of it. So what is working for you? What is different?
Hi everybody. Raghu, you make it sound like, we've got it figured out, but it's been a struggle. The last decade has been a struggle. So Dia has been working with people with intellectual disability for the last 26 years. And around 2007 was when we looked at open employment, and we decided that we would focus and see how we could get as many people into open employment positions in Bangalore. And then came the struggles. We realized it wasn't going to be easy to give everybody opportunities as much as we tried. And by around 2012, we decided that we would start a private limited company, for profit, and with a group of artisans with different abilities. We would show the world that we could do this. And thus began our journey as an MSME. And over the last 13 years, I'm proud to say that we worked with over 400 companies across India and the world for gifting requirements. We've exported to almost, 9 countries. But along the way, there have been all the hurdles that any MSME comes across. So, whether it was demonetization or the GST changes or COVID or, anything that affects any company affects a tiny company like ours even worse. But what's pulled us and taken us to greater heights has been the amazing support that some companies that I will name, Toyota, Kirloskar, Shell, Deloitte, they've been steadfast in their belief that social procurement is a great way for them to impact change the fabric of society. And that is the way that they could contribute as companies to changing the society. And that boost has helped us stay alive. And that also means that seeing these successes, we've seen people from the companies from the hospitality sector, like Marriott and ITC. We work with educational institutions. We work with IIIT Bangalore. So all of these organizations have been encouraging in recognizing the fact that social procurement is another way to create livelihoods.
I mean, that's great, but anything specifically in terms of what you're doing differently?
I think the way we structure our production processes, so while it's ideal that all companies follow universal design principles, we've taken it to heart, and we have ensured that the production process is broken down into steps. We figure out who's an expert on each little step of the process. So a person with Down syndrome, we found, is so meticulous that the processes, the little steps that need high precision, they're very good at it. Quality control, they're very good at it. So placing the right person in the right job and making sure that the job is clearly defined ensuring that there is no room for confusion, there are no questions, there's no roadblock that the person is going to come across. So making sure that you're setting up that person for success in that particular tiny step of the production process. So it's just ensuring that, and I think it's a way of functioning that everybody should get on board with, because that's the only way you can ensure that it's a level playing field, like Manas said.
Perfect, that's great. I think these are some really important points, and I think if corporates are looking at inclusive hiring, I think they can adopt a lot of these things. Maybe in their own way they are doing some things, but maybe going specifics into this will really help. Thank you very much. And any corporate who's not tried Diya's products, you should definitely try. We've tried a few times. They make amazing products. You should look at it whenever you are considering procurement. So I want to shift focus to Manas a little bit again. Yeah. So Manas, at your workplace, how easy or how difficult is it for you to self-advocate? Basically, is it easy for you to talk about your challenges? Do people listen to you when you say I have this difficulty? And also, what is it that your colleagues or the employees can do to make your employment or your experience in the company a little better?
I find it difficult as it is not easy for me to articulate unless I prepare in advance. So for the employees to make me better, they should give me some support. Initially, I'll need hand holding. Once I pick up that hand holding, I'm able to do it within the given time period of work. And also I use the headphones so that to reduce the noise in a BPO which I'm working in, India Infomedia, so that they should not make noise. So colleagues permitted me to use headphones, which help in reducing sound disturbance when they are in the calls with their customers, which I'm doing the idle time usage monitoring, tracking the waste, recording, which has really come down.
That's
the
great.
audit department, yes.
Do you have a buddy or a friend at your workplace whom you talk to frequently or you go to for support?
My manager, Jitendra sir.
Okay.
He helps me how to do the work. Once I'm able to do it, I'm able to pick it up and do it. That filtering of PWD, the source hiring data, the OpChar selected, operation selected, and PWD final selection.
That's great. So they teach you and they help you to do better when it comes to your work.
Yes.
That's great. Thank you, Manas.
Welcome.
Okay, let me come back to Raja again. So you've been doing this for quite some time, right? When it comes to helping companies hire persons with disabilities. What is the kind of challenges that you've faced with companies? And most importantly, when, let's say, an external entity goes to them and tells them that, hey, look, I can support you when it comes to hiring, but maybe there are certain processes that you would need to follow, or maybe there are some suggestions we could give you when it comes to hiring or retaining them. Would they listen? I mean, do you see that kind of enthusiasm to listen to you, listen to your suggestions and whatever thoughts you have?
Yeah. Listening is always a difficult art for many people. So, but yeah, firstly, we had about 10 odd companies now. The first challenge that we face is, if I get an inquiry of a person and they want a job, whom do I go to apart from this 10, And, Meera ma'am talked about right now brilliant app, but we don't have neurodivergent individuals there because it requires more. So that itself is a problem. We need, really need to think and apply on how all more and more this tribe keeps growing and more organizations can embrace what we see as neuro-inclusive practices. And believe me, neuro-inclusion is, there are already neurodivergent individuals in all organizations. The organization may not have embraced a neurodiversity at work program, but there are already 15-20% of people who are diagnosed or undiagnosed. Okay? And I'll quote the study I was talking to Hiren, who is the Center from Director of Neurodiversity Center of Excellence. They've recently published a global study on this topic on interviewing about 1,000 odd neurodivergent individuals, only 25% feel the sense of belonging in that organization. The rest 75 do not feel the sense of belonging already. Manas talked about all the support. The very fact that we need to ask for accommodation itself means the system is broken. Okay, so in fact, then the study further evaluates about significant improvement in the skills that we are looking for. Big data, critical thinking, analytical, etc. If that support is provided. Two elements on this topic where we also struggle. It all starts with a lot of fanfare. There is hiring, sponsored hiring, etc. But later on, there are challenges that come forward, like Manas talked about. The challenges largely arrive, and this also the study talks about the highest amount of challenges for neurodivergent individuals faces line manager attitude and behavior. I'll call it out here. It is line manager attitude and behavior, because it is most of us are trained to see a certain behavior, and all of us, all neurotypical 75% when we see that a different behavior, not able to. I know, we had a excellent interview. The person was selected, made the cut. The person looks absolutely. I don't see any challenge, but the moment the person is not responding to emails, the person is maybe ADHD, could have very significant trouble in responding to emails at a particular time. And we expect, the person says, so what is wrong? Immediate judgment is, there's a problem with attitude, not able to look at. This is the problem of the challenge is executive functioning, in this case. And so the first element is not to be, the line managers have to be trained to say, okay, let's work with this individual and understand why email response to a client or an internal response is not happening. You need probably some kind of a, tech tool, or there are lots of tools, to say, okay, this is the email check-in time, and you also manage your expectations, So that is the first element that I thought is very, very critical. The second is, of course, about feeling psychologically safe, not being judged. My way of, there is internal ableism already. The person is thinking, why I am like this, and on top of it, why am I lazy? Am I really lazy? Am I not really motivated? And even with diagnosis, Vinay talked about how liberating it was to have diagnosis. Even after that, if at the environment is calling you out, if there is microaggression, indirect way of saying you're not fitting in, it really brings that back. Internal ableism plays into their mind. So that is where the second element is psychological safety, which needs to be secured. The third element is, in most cases of neurodivergence, there is a comorbid anxiety-related mental health situation also, and that further needs, sometimes that becomes a bigger challenge than the neurodivergent neurotype itself, to manage. So building, good management. We are not talking about awareness. Clearly, the time is over for awareness. So there's a clear need for line manager training and building safety. And in order to grow the tribe, internal, organizations start looking at internal changes so that people who are already neurodivergent come forth and they can be provided. There's no need to further mask and their productivity. And there is a very good complementarity between neurotypicals and neurodivergence, which organizations truly need and to really excel, and to do what they want to be doing.
Thank you, Raj. I think these are some very interesting points, and real world issues are there, and I think companies need to look at it and see how that can be fixed. I just want to quickly come back to Suman. Gifting is, at least it's known as a seasonal thing, right? It's not that it happens year round. So building a company which is year round profitable, which is able to take care of the employees and, do well, how did you pivot? What is it that you have done? Maybe, in 2 minutes, if you can just quickly summarize.
Yeah, we were forced to relook at seasonal gifting when the whole COVID thing hit, and everyone was working from home, and companies didn't want to spend on courier costs to send gifts to people's homes. So it went down. What would have been like 80% of our billing now was like 10 or 15%, and so we were forced to kind of look at different sectors, look at the education sector, the hospitality sector, the health sector. And these were sectors that were thriving, and they had money to spend. And so we had to kind of figure out how could we fit into these sectors, and got into a whole line of conference material. We got into a whole line of training material where we're using products that we create in-house. We're looking at, empathy sessions. We're looking at, so we're trying to think out of the box to see how, using products made at Diya, we can also add the whole sensitization and empathy factor into curriculums at schools and colleges and at various other places, and ensure our business survives, and at the same time ensure that people learn to be more inclusive. I think people are not exposed to enough people with disability, and therefore their knowledge of this whole world of disability is abysmal. And I think right from the primary school level, we need to start addressing it in some way. And so that's something that we're seriously thinking about. So to survive, you have to really do things that you thought you wouldn't never have done, but I think that's the path forward to sort of even for a company to say, okay, I'm going to think of social procurement, unless the managers have that that inclusion in them, it's never going to happen. So I think at the end of it all depends on how we are able to spread the message of inclusion.
Perfect. I think the bottom line is come out of your comfort zone and do things. I guess you have been able to do it. I think everybody is trying in their own way. I think maybe companies also need to come forward and come out of their comfort zone and try to experiment and do something and maybe create better environments for persons with disabilities. Thank you, folks. I think that's all the time that we have for today, but this was some interesting conversation. I hope that we can take this forward and we can convert this into action, and we can do this better when we meet next year. Thank you very much. Thank you all for being here today. Good day to you. All the best.
Thank you.
Helps us imagine workplaces where every individual feels valued and supported. I request Ashok Pamidi, ex-CEO of NASCOM Foundation, to kindly felicitate our speakers. now take a short tea or coffee break. There is one refreshment counter on this floor and Hidden disabilities often go unseen, but inclusion should never be invisible. The Sunflower Lanyard We have with us Dr. Anubha Mahajan, founder of Chronic Pain India and the CEO of Project Sunflower Lanyard, which is India's first discrete NFC-enabled health tech model created to support people with chronic illnesses and both invisible and visible disabilities during emergencies. I welcome you, ma'am.
I don't want to sit down.
But you want a hand mic or you prefer?
I'm okay with this.
Would you like that? Yeah. It's too light. No, they should come.
Hello everyone. Should I take a minute so that people settle up or should I start? Hello. Hello everyone. My name is Dr. Anubha Mahajan and can I request people to just settle down and while I'm talking have a look at the PPT and let me share what I'm going to talk about. It's called Project Sunflower Lanyard. I am actually wearing one, so I'm the walking demo, hence there's no name or anything on this. So basically, Project Sunflower Lanyard is an initiative by our NGO Chronic Pain India, and it came out of my own experience. Can you go on the next slide? Yeah. When we were creating Project Sunflower Lanyard, we were looking towards the SDG goals, also the Viksit Bharat 2030 plan. And our goal was that, create a healthier system where, we don't just have like lanyards and all telling at the airports or XYZ places that, okay, we have some challenge, since Sunflower Lanyard stands for invisible disabilities. And however, Project Sunflower Lanyard stands for a bigger meaning because the way we created the model is more of India-based and centralized. As we all know, we don't have a decentralized healthcare system in a country yet, like we have in UK. NHS healthcare is a decentralized healthcare system. Next slide. So we ended up building an NFC-enabled medical ID card called Project Sunflower Lanyard, and it actually gives you faster emergency response, enhances safety in public spaces, supports all groups and disabilities and illness, promotes inclusion and awareness, customizable, and yes, supports visible and invisible disabilities along with chronic illnesses because it's a purple economy model, one size fits all. And the most important part, we all want, every person living with an illness or a disability want their dignity and independence. And that's the biggest challenge because we're not taught, kids who are grown up with illnesses and disability are not taught how to, go alone. There's a lot of fear and everything. Things can happen. People don't know how to handle. Thinking from this point of view, we wanted to bring a change where people feel safe when they're traveling around. Can you please go to the next slide? So we ended up making Project Sunflower landed as an inclusive card for people living with chronic illnesses, visible disabilities, invisible disabilities, and also elderly persons living with medical conditions. Because FYI, any senior citizen sitting here would not prefer that after a certain age you get a health condition and somebody calls you disabled. Because that's actually a health condition coming with the age disparity. And why do we need to call everything a disability? If something can set up and be taken care of at an early stage and stay as a chronic illness and you can manage your life better, isn't that a better choice? So basically this medical emergency card that I'm talking about is an NFC enabled card, and the costing of this that we have kept for people is 500 plus logistics plus GST, because the fact is that we people pay the most. Though let's be realistic, people with illnesses and disability run the economy of our country the maximum. The amount of OTT we use and all, and the amount of digital content, okay, we are the ones who are giving the most money to people. So why should the people with our challenges be paying more? Rather, people who are not able to understand the problem should be the one. Can we move to the next slide? Yeah. So these are two comic book examples of how the card can work for a person with an invisible disability or a chronic illness, and how it can work for a person with physical disability. Can you move to the next slide? Yeah, this is a video which can give you a case example of usage.
How to use Chronic Pain India's NFC-enabled Sunflower lanyard. This is Anubha. Anubha has CRPS, an invisible disability. Anubha is at the airport and under distress. She needs help. She spots an airport staff and reaches out to her. The lady takes the sunflower lanyard she is wearing and looks at it. She flips it over and reads, "Kindly bring your phone near the ID card to access my medical requirements." Following the instructions, she taps her phone on the ID card and gets Anubha's medical emergency documents on her phone. Because of the sunflower lanyard, Anubha gets timely support at the airport without her condition becoming worse. This is how people with invisible disabilities like Anubha will have a safe, secure, accessible, and inclusive experience while traveling. Project Sunflower Lanyard.
Yeah, thank you. So that case study example was actually my example, and FI, I travel alone a lot, and I have collabs in a number of places. I carry my medical documents since I have a perk and the privilege that I'm a doctor. So I know how to carry my prescriptions, I have secondary physicians and all. That's an ecosystem that should not be privileged. That's an ecosystem we all require. Because let's be realistic, invisible disabilities are not catered that much. Neurodiversity, we've been talking since the morning, it's actually all the conditions come under invisible disability. And coming to the next pointer, when we have medical challenges, people with the real physical disabilities have medical challenges, how many times it turns invisible and the help doesn't reach you? Somehow, when medical care comes, even physical disabilities turn invisible. And so these are the card designs. You can actually see through it. Can we move to the next slide, please? So other than that, on the back of the card, we actually have, you can, the front of the card only mentions the name of the person, so that keeping the discreetness to a certain level. FYI, every element of this card is accessible. The font to everything, we've tried to use fonts which are dyslexia friendly, colorblind friendly and everything. Keep tones which are neutral so that everybody can have an equal space. However, the card is of a school card or a corporate ID card because that's the most feasible thing. I just gave you one case study example. Let me give you another. If a kid is in the school, they can put the card behind their ID card. So if a teacher has trouble managing the kid or doesn't know what to do, can tap the card and get the information and help out. That way, her tension that, oh, why do I have to take care of this, is sorted a little bit. On the other hand, the real person who needs help is the kid will actually get help. So, yeah, all the symbols that you're seeing here are actually my symbols. I cannot lift heavy objects. I need a wheelchair. I am sensitive to touch, so I don't want people to touch me. I'm actually wearing AirPods because I have tinnitus and I have sound sensitivity. And I need an accessible washroom. And I can't take staircase. So we kept a pattern of 6 symbols which actually describe your traveling or when you're in school or corporate or wherever you are, based on your need. So that there are symbols that actually speak out loud, and even the tapping is not required. Even the card itself with the symbols is about telling, okay, these are their major needs. So can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah, so these are all the symbols that we curated. If you feel that some symbol is missing, we would be more than happy if you write to us. And we're always open to adding more symbols. And yeah, so far we've tried to cover every aspect. Can we go to the next slide? Yeah. So since so long I'm talking about that this is an NFC card. What does it really do? Nobody of you would have understood. Am I right or wrong? Can I get some voice so that I know your people are listening? Partially understood? Thank you. Okay, so the real thing is this. This is one view of my own card. FY, I'm a walking demo, so yeah. When it comes to doctors, you know, you don't really have to explain this card to them because this is a bird eye view for the doctors. We have the name, then we have the weight, height, age, and you know, the gender of the person. So these are the 4 parameters which doctor actually used to calculate the dosage of the medication. Okay, this includes not just male and female, even transgender people. We're still far away to explore the anatomy in the right manner and understand how their needs, but at least certain level of understanding is there now. So coming to the next part is blood group. Okay. Since the blood group is mentioned there, the time that goes in testing blood would be used to bring the blood. On the other hand, if somebody has a blood disorder and the condition is mentioned and the blood group is mentioned, they can get an intervention quickly. Coming to the next part, you can see that my doctor's name is mentioned there. It's the real prescription. We've hidden some information because that's my personal information. However, the doctor's license number and everything is there. We are not just asking people to come on board like this. Okay, if we want to give people patient, you know, data safety. On the other hand, we also want verified and diagnose patients and diagnose people with illnesses and disability to come on board. Let's be realistic, we are sick of quacks, okay? It spoils the name of the doctors also and it harms the people who go to them badly. And India has n number of examples. So we have a system where we don't ask the payment in the first go. The card payment I was told is $500, but we don't even take that until we verify all the details and we are sure that everything is accurate. How we verify, that's an internal thing. So this is what displays when you tap this card, okay? So if anyone wants a proper demo of it, the lady sitting here has her card on. I have my card on. You can very well come to us and have a demo. The other beauty of this card is you can actually call the emergency contact there and then. The numbers are there. You can put 2 emergency contacts. And there is a medical alert button, okay? So, and this card closes in time limit of 10 minutes. That's because 10 minutes is like an equivalent time if there is a crisis scenario and, you know, people are panicking and they want to see the information and all, they get the time period. After 10 minutes, the link expires. You have to tap again. Okay? If you click on the medical alert button, that's only the time when the card opens for a longer time, because that's the time we are considering that there is a medical emergency. Okay? So doctors might need the prescriptions to help the patients better. Let's take an example of a John Doe. By John Doe, I mean anyone with a disability or an illness traveling alone meets with an accident and lands up in a random hospital. No history, nothing is there. Most of the time, when people land up in hospital with no history and all, and in an accidental case, we listen losses more. The family blames the doctor blames the family. However, the problem is they both were not there when the accident happened. I don't want to go forward from here, and I want to stop here because I want to share a live case study which happened with me on the 28th of November. I was traveling to Pune, and I'm not going to name the airline, and it felt like a movie to me because suddenly the airline crew is asking, is there a doctor on board? We have a person who has fainted. And I was the doctor on board. And I went to the person, he was unconscious, everybody was crowding him. It was tough to make people understand that this is an aircraft, there's limited oxygen, the person is fainted, you need to give space. Eventually, when people settled down, we could figure out, is he traveling alone or he has family? He did have family. But you know, the family was also agitated at that time. So the wife ended up telling us he has hypertension and cholesterol. We kept on asking him if he has diabetes by any chance. They said no. The first thing I noticed was he's flushing badly and it was all red going up. And he was heated badly. It was literally 30 minutes before we were landing to Pune. And you know, if somebody knows what a hypoglycemic shock is, if somebody has diabetes, if it is not taken care in 30 to 40 minutes, you can actually go in a hypoglycemic shock which leads to coma. And luckily I had a BP machine and everything in my suitcase. While we got the things off, we checked the BP, it was normal, so hypertension was not the scenario. Our heart rate was normal, cholesterol is not doing anything, so we didn't have an answer. We were just managing his breathing because when the plane will land, if there's SpO2 is 90 or drops below, we have to give him an oxygen mask. And we were literally preparing ourselves for that. That's when his son came to me and he said, I think my father is going in a hypoglycemic shock. I said, that's a medical term you're using. And your father can only go in hypoglycemic shock if he has diabetes. And the person says that, yes, my father has diabetes. And we were like, we asked you 4 times. You said no. And the person said, I did. Now the air crew staff is also reporting that no, ma'am, they did not tell. But at that moment, if I would have argued on that, there could have been a crisis there. So rather than avoiding the conversation, I went to the person, I asked what happened and everything, and then we immediately got him glucose so that he has some sugar inside, and then gave him a warm mouth dissolving tablet for nausea, ended up giving him more of sugar, and that, I mean, I can't give you a better example than that. In, you know, when we are in shock or surprise, somebody in a family is taken, sometimes we also forget things. But if the person doesn't survive, then it's the doctor's mistake. But it's not like that. It's something that happens in an emergency scenario. That's what we're trying to prevent. So our agenda is not just to, you know, present this. It is a B2C and B2B model. We want people to come on board. Thank you so much. My timer was on. Yeah. So we want people to come on as B2C, as a client. There is, this information is not going to anyone other than our AWS servers. We don't want AWS server costing from the patients. We want corporates to get handy with it, because let's be realistic, airports, corporates, BSF staff, police, everybody is a frontliner. And even in offices, I mean, I don't know how many corporate people are sitting here, but if somebody faints in front of you, are you a citizen or a first responder in that scenario? Anyone? Yeah, actually in reality, citizens are the first responder. So something like this can give you ease at work also, and you don't have to worry about that my employee has an illness or a disability or what, how will I manage? Maybe you will prefer hiring more people. Raja sir very well said, you know, that They have flexible timings, but they give work on time. That's a fact. So when you know their needs and you understand them, wouldn't you able be to give them employment also and the dignity and independence to travel also? Some of the other employer of yours will surprise you someday by saying, sir, I can take this trip alone. You don't have to worry. Wouldn't that be a beautiful scenario? No? Okay. Can we move to the next slide? So, when it comes to kids and adults, okay, we have a very different aspect to the model. That's beneficiaries and users. And we are saying the word beneficiary, user and supporter because a child cannot be a user. The child is a beneficiary, the parents are the user. Same goes with elderly who are dealing with Alzheimer's, dementia and has memory loss issues of any kind. They can go lost and found. So goes with them. They are the beneficiaries, the users are their caregivers. They can be their kids or the caregiver the kids have appointed, which usually happens. I'm sorry if this upsets somebody, but it's a fact. Can we go to the next slide? Yeah, so this is the QR code. You can get all your digital files if you scan it, a manual and everything, and you can know more about it. I'll finish here because I really want you people to ask me questions. Thank you so much.
We can probably take one question. Can it be downloaded on?
No, ma'am. The card is 100% accessible because it's a website-based card. No app so far has been able to be 100% accessible. So if we do that, we will take some level of digital accessibility away.
So only QR code only is
No. I said QR code is to get the information about the model.
Okay.
The real thing is this card. This has the technology.
Okay.
So you tap this card with your phone and you get a link and then your details come out. It's not that QR code scams will kill us.
Anubhav Mahajan is that way.
Yeah. Hello, sir.
No. Which one do you have to unload this time? What here?
Sir, I couldn't. So the website is www.projectsunflowerland.org.
Can you put it on that?
Oh, it's there in the QR code. Every file is digitally.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Any technical question? Nobody wants to know how we are giving you safety?
Can we take that question during lunch break? Is that okay?
Yeah, sure. There's somebody, one person only, I think.
Okay. Quickly, please.
Hi, I only have a comment.
Yeah.
The card that where you have all the details, the gender, etc., you don't have age or date of birth. I think that's missing.
No, it's there, ma'am.
It's there? Okay.
Yes. Those are the 4 parameters for dosage calculation. If we miss age and date of, it's very much there.
Okay. Okay. Maybe I may have missed it. Sorry.
Yeah. If you could, please open that part. Yeah. No, not this. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. It's taken us 2 years to make it sure that everything is as accessible as possible. It's I would say the whole model is 90 to 100% accessible. No, weight is there, height is there, gender is there. Oh, I'm really sorry. Somehow they have missed it in this. Oh, it's there in the card. I'm really sorry. The design is missing here. My apologies for that. No, age is very well important. I'll personally come and tap this card for you. You will see it. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Thank you so much. If you have more questions, please reach out to her during lunch break.
Thank you very much.
I request Ms. Anu Singh Chowdhury. She's here to felicitate, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. We now move on to our second panel, from care to continuity, envisioning the future of neurodiversity. It explores what life looks like for neurodivergent individuals beyond the presence of primary caregivers. This panel brings together voices who understand the emotional, logistical, and systemic challenges of planning for the long term. Together, they will discuss sustainable support models, community-based living, financial and legal safeguard, and pathways to dignity, independence, and continuity. It is an invitation to reimagine a future where neurodivergent individuals thrive with security and belonging. The moderator for the panel is Sweta Srivasthan. Sweta is a tax consultant by profession and an educator by choice. A choice inspired by her daughter Aditi's autism diagnosis 17 years ago. She has worked with neurodivergent children and teens as an educator, learning center coordinator, and trainer for special educators. She created Dhwani, an inclusion manual for mainstream classroom, and has trained over 700 school leaders on inclusive practices. Sweta also hosts a parenting podcast focused on strength of neurodivergent teens and young adults, and strongly believes in the power of technology to drive positive change. I request Sweta to come up on stage.
Hi, thank you for having me here. Just to summarize my journey of 17 years, I think it's been a wonderful adventure. It's been a lot of learning. And when I started off 17 years ago, I did not think that my daughter would become an award-winning author, which she is today, and she's 20 years old. But at the end of it all, there is still one question that's there at the back of my head, which is probably there at the back of every parent's head, every parent who has a child with some support needs. What after me? What is it that I, as a parent, can do to ensure that even after I'm gone, my daughter continues to lead a life of dignity, a life of independence, a life of safety, of belonging, and of productivity? And another important question that often comes to my mind is, here I have created all this wealth to safeguard my daughter's future. But what are the legal provisions that are available to make sure that my wealth is used for the purpose for which it's intended, right, and not misused? And is community living the answer to all of my questions? And if community living is the answer to all of my questions, then what is it that I, as a parent, as a stakeholder, need to keep in mind? What are the prerequisites? What are the factors that I need to consider before I hurtle down this path? And the panelists that we have today are going to throw some light on these very relevant topics. So, first up, we have Manmayi Sharma. Manmayi, could you come over? Manmayi is a senior resident fellow with the Disability Inclusion and Access team at Vidhi Center for Legal Policy. She's currently working on projects aimed at advancing the implementation of the RPWD Act of 2016. Before this, Manmayi contributed to legal research and drafting expertise to various government ministries and regulators, and with a background in litigation, Manmayi has worked in diverse fields including public health, disability rights, and women's rights. Thank you, Manmayi, for coming over. We have with us Anirban Datta. Anirban Datta is a Fulbright Fellow and co-founder of the Akshada Foundation, as well as the project lead of Akshada Assisted Living, a pioneering initiative enabling dignified and independent lives for neurodivergent individuals. With nearly 3 decades of global leadership experience, Anirban combines corporate excellence with social purpose. A graduate of the Carnegie Mellon Stepper School of Business, he continues to champion inclusive ecosystems where every individual's potential is recognized, nurtured, and celebrated. Welcome, Anirban, and thank you for doing this. Next up, we have Yashaswini Gupta. Yashaswini is a Director of Operations and Business Relations at Snehadhara Foundation.
She's an art-based practitioner and has worked with children and adults with disabilities, neurodivergent young adults, senior citizens, government school students, and communities from the socially and economically marginalized backgrounds. She co-led the implementation of Uhuru, the Foundation's residential training in assisted living program, anchoring processes and community spaces for neurodivergent children and young adults. Thank you, Yashaswini, for doing this, and welcome. So, without much ado, let's get started. And my first question, of course, is for Anirban. Anirban, do you think the modern day parent is really ready and prepared for a community living idea? Oh, that'll be...
You can take the mic.
Yeah, so Anirban, as a parent, my first question's for you. Do you think we modern day parents, we're prepared for a community living idea? And, typically what is it that the parent community looks for when we talk about, community living? I think especially considering some very unpleasant incidents that we've heard about, right? And as a parent, if I'm going to be exploring the path of community living for my child, what should my critical priorities be?
Yeah. That's a very long question. I'll take it in bits. One of the things which I think I'll build a two-line context. I'm very disturbed with the fact that we're running very late. So I coming from the corporate world, it gives me a little bit of unsettling feel that, I need to be really conservative on the time. So bit of context. Akshata Foundation is a 14-year-old organization, and it was started by the families of people with special needs. So when we started this project, I came out of the corporate in 2020. I got hit by COVID, and I decided that let me do something more worthwhile than what I was doing that time. And we started in 2020, and we got the families together. It's one of its projects, one of its kind of the projects in the world where we are getting to involve all the stakeholders. So what happens is, just to answer your question, when you involve and engage, see, you are also a parent, I'm also a parent, I have also a daughter of 22 years old.
I'm aware of Sumana though.
Yeah, you know Sumana.
And all the work that she does.
Yes. So what happens is that when you involve and engage anybody, it could be a family, it could be a special need individual, it could be any of these stakeholders. If you involve them in a very, very structured manner, I'm sure you will be getting that kind of involvement what we are looking for to run a community effectively. At the end of the day, as human beings, we are all community driven, right from the time we got into this thing of Homo sapiens, we all have been living in communities, and community feeling comes to us very naturally. And also, if you drive it in a very structured way, so that engagement becomes even more deeper. Why I should talk about the families? I should also talk about the other stakeholders. When I look at other stakeholders, we have caregivers, we have teachers, we have trainers, we have then students, we have academia, we have authorities, the compliance agencies. Then we have the other stakeholders like corporates, the sponsors. If you cater to, say, like we have mapped around 6 stakeholders for whom we have in this project created adequate avenues so that we can give opportunity for every stakeholder to be engaged more adequately. And in case of families, I think it goes one step ahead because they are the primary stakeholders for the person with particularly neurodiverse special needs. So if that answers first part. What was the second part?
Okay, the second part primarily, I think, I think really it's about how prepared are we as a community to take this forward. And I think, as a parent, if I sign into this concept of community living someday for my daughter, are there certain factors that I need to keep in mind, maybe in terms of preparedness that my daughter should have, or the kind of contributions that I should be giving, or I don't know, what could be an ideal setup for her given her support needs? What are some of those things that I need to keep in the logistics, basically?
Yeah, as I said, personally, I have been very, enthused about this idea of assisted living for a very, very long time. I mean, since the time my daughter was very young, and whenever I was traveling across the world, I have taken extra initiative to look at facilities not only in India but in various parts of Europe as well as in US, and I have picked up a lot of good elements of how they have done things like this in their own spaces in a very good, effective manner. So when you look at, now if you talk about the families, and if you want to engage them, I think that was the question?
Yes, that was the question. How do I get engaged? And given my daughter's needs, what are some of the things I should keep in mind?
I'm also autistic in many more ways than one. So when I'm saying, so when you say your daughter, what we have done in this project is we have first thing what we do is we assess the need of the individual very, very meticulously. Now the advantage we have is, at least I have, is that we have a backup of professionals working in the organization to whom we can always refer. And we get a thorough analysis of the need of the individual. Once you have assessed the need, then it is on the team to commit whether you are able to address the need or not. So there are situations like, for example, Akshada Assisted Living, what we are coming up with a 5-acre campus on the other side of the Bangalore International Airport. There we are aiming to induct around 50 families. So almost we are done, but then in all these cases, what we have done is we have analyzed the need. In many cases, we have also said no. We will not be able to address the need because of we wanted to get into a village, because that is what it is said that a person with special needs, or for that matter anyone, if you take them to a village, it is always a climate which you can create which will make them more, the quality of the life will become much better.
Much calmer spaces.
Much better. So we have gone a little inside. We are on the highway, maybe 7 kilometers inside the highway, Bangalore-Hyderabad highway. But those things perhaps might deter us from certain things for certain individuals who need perhaps 24 hours medical attention, those kind of things.
Yes.
So we have done that assessment, and then only we have gone ahead and signed up.
Okay, so I think it's very important to keep in mind the needs of our own children, and whether the location is something that would work out for them in terms of whether they're able to meet the needs, right? I think very key to
more
the
than the family, I think we should, the people who are leading it, they should be in a position to tell the family that perhaps this is not the right place. Because see, at the end of the day, the whole idea is that of a not-profit. So, and since this is the family-driven project, we are very, very conscious. We're not trying to make it as a profit-making venture or something. But yes, business fundamentals will always be there. But the whole concept is of doing something good for those individuals so that they can lead a life of dignified contentment, which I keep telling everywhere, anywhere. That is the whole purpose of the project.
Yes. I think that's very nice, right? As with everything else, I think, for us parents, it boils down to really understanding and accepting your child here also for what they are. Yeah. So we're able to take, very rational call in terms of how we want to take this forward. Thanks so much, Anirban.
Thank you.
And, all of this thing that Anirban was talking about costs money, right? And let's be very honest, as a parent, for how many of our children, can we say with a lot of confidence that they are going to become economically independent? Small percentage, right? And even if they become economically independent, is the money that they are earning going to meet all of their requirements? Even smaller percent. So effectively, I think a lot of our special needs parents end up earning for 2 generations, for our retirement and for the lifetime of our child, right? And, in order to afford all of these services, we need to set money aside. We need to create wealth, which I think is an understanding a lot of parents have. But the flip side to this is, given, where my child is and given what their level of understanding, independence or lack of independence is, how do I, as a parent, ensure that, the wealth that I'm leaving behind for my child is utilized in the right purpose? And, payments are going out to the assisted living facility where they are even long after I am gone, So I think now to you, Manmay, could you, tell us what is legal guardianship? Why do you need to have a legal guardianship? And, typically what are some of the ways in which, from your perspective, families can navigate this legal maze well?
Sure, Sweta. Thank you so much for having me here today. And I think starting with legal guardianship is a very important point because I'll start with the what, as you've asked me. So legal guardianship, as under the current framework, under the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act, I'll call it the RPWDA, is a system of appointing a guardian or a person that is able to support a person with disability, a person with neurodiversity, in taking specific decisions. And I say the word support very specifically because in India, under the RPWD Act, we have moved from a substituted decision-making model to a supported decision-making model. What this means is that a guardian, when appointed, will exercise a format of joint decision-making, which is based on mutual trust and understanding, which takes into the consideration the wills and decisions of the person with neurodiversity. So what this means is that the law, by fact, assumes legal capacity of a person with disability at par, at equal with others, and it does not, like earlier regimes, substitute their decision-making capacity. Now, under the law, while this is there in concept and intent, implementation still remains fragmented. Awareness of us and society still remains very patchy. So we also then, parents often take reference to the framework for guardianship under the National Trust Act, which covers 4 kinds of disabilities: cerebral palsy, autism spectrum condition, intellectual disability, and multiple disabilities. Under this framework of the National Trust Act, guardianship is provided for care of the person and property. So there is a slightly broader approach towards what is called as total guardianship. However, in implementation as good practice, what courts and authorities interpret is a system of supported decision-making, whether under the RPWD Act or under the National Trust Act. Now, in terms of how to navigate these processes for guardianship, disability is a state subject, which means that states have authority to draft the rules and regulations to implement these frameworks under the national level legislation, which is the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act. So often different states envision different processes, appoint different authorities for this process. Generally, it is a district court or the district magistrate or collector. In Karnataka, from a look at the rules, though I haven't seen on ground what it may be, sometimes there is a distinction, but from the Karnataka state rules, it is currently the Deputy Commissioner for Persons with Disabilities that accepts applications. This person forms part of a larger committee along with other officials that looks into an application for guardianship. Which brings me to this application in and of itself. Do bear with me, I'm going into the process and application aspects along with the concept in the effort of there being further understanding and awareness for these processes. So generally the process is made as simple as possible for application, that there is requirement for photo and ID proof, address proof. Under the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act, there is a requirement for a statement of purpose for application for guardianship, and this becomes important because guardianship, as I was saying, under this law is based on joint understanding, is based on supported decision making. So the requirement is that such guardianship should be for specific purposes. Is it for banking related purposes? Is it for management of property? Is it for support in taking healthcare decisions? Is it for support in any living arrangements? So this statement of purpose should map the person's needs and identify what specific purposes is this support required for, along with a time period for how long will this support be provided for and for what purpose. So the committee that I was talking about will look into this application and they will give an order based, of course, on the consent of the person who has been suggested as a guardian, appointing that person, the specific purposes for the guardianship, and the time period for guardianship. Under the rules in Karnataka, the time period is of 5 years and it should be reviewable. This review is necessary to see if the guardianship is playing out as was envisaged, if the necessary supports are being provided, if anything needs to be tweaked. Finally, currently under the law, the priority list for guardianship is generally the parents, of course, any adult children, siblings of the person with disability, any near relative or person who is known to the person. So it is important for families to map the needs of the person with neurodiversity, but also identify persons within your community, family members that you can trust and assign to provide this role of guardianship. So that, I think, covers what for guardianship and
Yes.
how? All right.
Thank you so much. In fact, even for us as parents, the understanding that, I need to become the legal guardian for my own daughter after she turns 18 was something that we learned, only eventually along the way. So I think it really helps to be aware of the laws and the protections that the laws have in place, because that, I think, answers many of the questions and many of the doubts that we have in mind. My next question, stems from my understanding of the fact that when we talk about, especially our autistic children, right? Nothing can be spontaneous, nothing can be sudden, and nothing can be overnight. Everything has to be a planned transition, which is where I think your program Uhuru comes in, right? So, from your experience, can you articulate some of the best practices in key areas that make these community, living models sustainable? Like, what are the infrastructure, what are the processes, and what are the SOPs that you, and even the human resources that you need to have in place in order to, do this?
Absolutely. Thank you. So, just to give a brief background of those who may not know about Snehadara. So, Snehadara is an organization that was started in 2012. We are based out of Bangalore, but have our work across the country with working with the neurodiverse children and adults, trainings, practitioners, creating an ecosystem of practitioners. And over the last 13 years, we have worked with over 70,000 children. We've impacted and trained over 3,000 professionals, worked in 8 countries. And all of this has been done through the methodology of the arts. That's been our USP since day one. And coming to this particular question, so the Uhuru program, just to give a little bit of context to that, over the last 12 years, 13 years now, we have been having a lot of parents that we work with who have always asked the question, what after me? And this is like a very emotional, a very real question for parents, and I'm sure it would be for many parents who are sitting here today as well. And this question stemmed from the fact that how will my child be able to manage in a world where the primary caregiver is not around to take care of them? I am the only one who understands my child so well. Will they be able to communicate? Will they be able to relate to somebody else? Will they be able to tell what their needs are, especially not basic needs, but if they're feeling an emotion, will they be able to communicate that to another person? And that question really stayed with us, and with that we started about 6-7 years ago, we started overnighter programs in our JP Nagar campus. And when we moved to the campus in Nelamangala, we started a 4-day residential program which we ran for 4 years. And post that, we wanted to say that yes, let us look at assisted living as not just a concept and not just an idea that needs to be talked about after something happens to the parent, but a reality in which we can train the child. It is a skill, it is something that the child can be very well trained in, just like we train our children in vocational skills, reading, writing, music, arts. Assisted living is also a skill. And with that, we ran the Uhuru program, where we did 2 cohorts of 26 days each, where they stayed at our campus in Nelamangala for 26 days without any primary caregiver, and then ran 3 sets of 7-day programs of Uhuru to make it more accessible to more parents and more children who may not be ready for a 26-day model. With this context, some of the learnings, I think we have many learnings and many key areas that we have kind of brought together, but I think the top 5 that we really felt would be beneficial to many of you who are here. The first one, of course, being that assisted living can be treated and should be treated like a skill. It is something that children and adults who are neurodiverse can be trained in. The second one is that we need to hold the families as much as we hold the participants. While the families may not be on campus with us, but it is important that we put together systems which help them emotionally, systems which help them navigate this time, because for most parents it will be the first time the child is ever staying away from them in many, many years of their life. The third one was that in terms of a curriculum and in terms of what we teach, to not just look at the curriculum as a manual or as something teachable, but really root it in everyday life. And I think staying in India, we're very lucky to have a great cultural reference where we can use things like festivals, we can use things like our everyday experiences of a community to create that community where everybody comes together and lives. The next one, of course, Anirban also spoke about that, was to invest in looking at all stakeholders within the system, not, of course, families, the children, but also society at large. And, of course, forums like these really help bring those stakeholders together in this open conversation, and to make this community not just a bystander but a co-traveler in that sense. And coming to, I think, some of the SOPs, some of the things that we have learned along the way, and which may be very beneficial to other organizations, other people who may be doing it, because we always say that this is not the only model that will work. Every space, every organization is more than open to create models that will work for them, because there's so much diversity in the kind of places, people, the children, the beneficiaries that we're working with. So no one model is perfect, so to say. So coming to some SOPs and infrastructure that we really work towards. The first one, of course, is a very meticulous admission process where we looked at the background of the child or the young adult who was coming in, like Anirban also mentioned, mapping their needs, understanding how much can we support in those needs. That became very important for us. The second thing with respect to the curriculum, that every person in the space, including the support team, the facilitators, the volunteers, interns, and the beneficiaries themselves are living the curriculum together. And that's how that community is formed. So for us, that was everything from cooking together to cleaning together, making sure the space, the upkeep of the space was done together, to celebrating festivals, during the time of Ganesh Chaturthi, we celebrated Eid together. So, doing all of that together as a very everyday practice. Then another very important thing was clear SOPs for the parents, the team, as well as the organization. So, of course, with parents, it was important to set expectations right. It was important to set boundaries right, but also give them emotional support channels. For the team, it was important to ensure that structures in terms of role clarity were there. There was safety protocols, scheduling, etc. became very important. And for the organization, things like escalation protocols, safety procedures that we need to take into account, medical procedures that we need to take into account became very important. And another very important process that was there, which I think I would really like to emphasize on, is the process of documentation. And documentation from the aspect of one, of course, looking at and mapping the journey that the child or young adult makes through the cohort. What is it that they're able to do? What is it that they need work with? How was their participation? How are their social interactions? Because there were so many stories that came up during those cohorts that they were really transformative for us as well. And documentation also for the parents, because we want the parents to also know that, see, you've spent 20, 25, 30 years with your child, but let us experience your child and tell you how we've experienced them. And that became important also to curb some of the anxieties of the parents. So I think these are some of the processes, some protocols that even other organizations can adopt, and we always say that we're very welcome to sharing these, helping other organizations start off similar modules within their capacities, because only then can impact take place. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Yashaswini. I think you beautifully summed up everything that Anirban and Manmay had to share. At the end of the day, this, like everything else, they say it takes a village to raise a child. It probably takes a country to raise a child with differential needs, right? And this, making them independent within whatever a community can support them is also a process. It's also a transition, and it's also something that needs to happen very consciously, something that we parents need to plan very consciously, very systematically, and I think work towards it. The key to which is understanding your own child, understanding where they are, what their needs are, and what's going to work for them, what's not going to work for them, I think more importantly, and take it forward from there. That was a lovely discussion. Thank you so much. And now we are open to questions from the audience.
We'll do the questions during the network time, since there's short of time.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you so much. Now I would request Raghu from Ishania to come on stage and do the felicitation for our speakers.
now move into the final segment of the event, a reflective and moving experience through film screening of Selfie Please. The film offers powerful insight into lived experiences, identity, and nuances of neurodiversity, inviting us to pause, feel, and view the world through a more empathetic lens.
Beautiful. She's so ready for her solo.
Really? And I'm the one who's nervous here. पर राधिका 3 साल से तो गई नहीं है स्टेज पे.
Don't worry about it. चलने से पहले 40 शुरू कर दिया था इसने.
बिल्कुल दीदी पे गई है. ये तो अपना नींद में थिरकती है.
Really?
हाँ, ये चलो. नानू, राधिका मैम को अपना डांस दिखाओ. आओ. Now, if she's ever ready. Just tell her and she's ready. 1 मिनट रुको. चलो.
बाकी नेक्स्ट टाइम. अभी घर चले? That was lovely, but very nice.
एक सेल्फी ले लेते हैं. ओह, कम राधिका. लो. अब देखो नानू लेगा सेल्फी. Dining table rule, guys.
I'm only blocking Papa's calendar, Ma.
Oh yes, Gaurav. Anjali's performing this weekend, हाँ? तुमको आना है.
तुम्हारा आर्ट एंड कल्चर मेरी कम समझ में आता है. But I'll try.
पापा, seriously, no trying. Promise करो कि तुम आओगे, वरना 1000 का फाइन.
आप आएंगे.
Deal.
और मेरे अभी के 500. पापा, तुमने बोला था मैं बोर्ड के बाद जब वापस स्टेज पे जाऊंगी तो मुझे 500 का प्राइस मिलेगा. So come on, hand it over.
बोला था.
पैसे कितने? 500. और ये कहाँ जाएंगे? किस में रखोगी?
अपने पर्स में.
सुना? और पर्स में कितने पैसे पड़े?
40.
40?
1000.
40,000 है तुम्हारे पास? हैं?
मम्मा.
We had a deal, didn't we? जो मिलेगा बराबर का मिलेगा.
मम्मा, come on. मतलब
बेटा बड़ी है ना तुमसे.
और आपकी फेवरेट भी वही है.
Okay, at least finish your food, ना?
I don't want to eat.
काजल को?
Hello, Nishachar.
From one to another.
क्या देख रही हो?
मेरी जितनी भी फोटोज है ना, बचपन से लेकर आज तक की, सब अनन्या के साथ है. Only the ones in which I'm dancing, बस वही मेरी अकेले की फोटोज है. And the ones in which it's me and you. That's all.
Let's crack that right away.
Are you mad? No, please.
One second.
No. It's a no.
अच्छा, यहाँ क्यों नींद नहीं आ रही?
नानू के कराटे सुने. How will I sleep?
बेटा तुम्हें पता है ना, दीदी has
Obstructive sleep apnea. Almost 60% of people with Down syndrome have that. I am well aware.
अच्छा, मुझे देर लगेगी सोने में. थोड़ा काम खत्म करना. जाके मामा के पास सो जा, मेरे बिस्तर में.
You sure?
Of course. Go.
Okay then. Good night. और ज्यादा देर मत करना. Workaholism is also a problem. You know ना?
Okay. Go
Big
now.
problem. Good night.
Good night. Good night.
स्टेप्स याद हैं?
Yes, मम्मा.
देखा था मैं तुमको प्रैक्टिस करते हुए. लीप्स बिल्कुल भी स्मूथ नहीं है. प्लीज रिमेंबर, एक डांसर के लिए लाइट कैच करना सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है.
Ma, stop momsplaining. I know all this. I've been doing Odissi since I was 4.
And who introduced you to Odissi?
Mom. Stop. Mom. 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 Mom.
एक एक स्टेप याद है मेरे को. Mom's cleaning.
अच्छा स्टेप्स याद है तो रिवीजन करा दो.
हाँ वो कर सकते हैं.
म्यूजिक.
Yes. Play some music. Ready? Ready ना? चल. सुनीता होगी, मैं देख कर आती हूँ. तुम देखो अंजलि क्या कर रही है.
क्या हो रहा है? Ananya, what is that? What did you do? What is that? Move! Mama! Mama, look!
क्या हुआ?
Look what she has done, Mama. पूरा हल्का गिरा दिया इसने मेरे.
बेटा ये क्या किया तुमने? सॉरी बोलो.
सॉरी. इस सॉरी से मेरा क्या होगा? मेरा कॉस्ट्यूम ठीक हो जाएगा. मैं क्या पहनूंगी अब स्टेज पे? I can't go.
बेटा, I have a spare one ना. Let's figure this out. कैसे करें?
Mama, are you serious?
How about this?
मुझे नहीं पहनना कुछ और.
But this will look lovely. आजा, come. We'll try this one.
It's all because of her. मेरी लाइफ में सारी प्रॉब्लम्स इसकी वजह से हैं. आप समझते ही नहीं हो. इसने जानबूझ के हल्का गिराया. She didn't want me to dance. She's jealous of me. She's jealous क्योंकि वो नॉर्मल नहीं है मेरी तरह.
अंजलि.
Get out of my room. Get out, you bitch. Language. आप उसको कभी कुछ नहीं बोलते. Just shut up.
मम्मा आ गई. अभी आ जाओ.
My day.
It's still your day. We have to focus, okay? Performance पे फोकस करें. ये बहुत सुंदर लगेगा. ये आलता वालता हटा दो, नहीं तो इस पे दाग लग जाएगा. Are we good? Yeah. ऐसे मूड में जाना है?
जाना ही नहीं है.
Oh, come on. I'm so excited. Didi is so excited. She loves you. I love you. Oh, मेरा बच्चा. मेकअप खराब हो जाएगा. ऐसे कोई रोता है? My छोटू. Yeah, I'm here with you. Go and check on Nani, please.
Please. अभी नहीं. Like.
थैंक यू दीदी. सुंदर लग रही हो. आपकी नजर उतारनी पड़ेगी.
थैंक्स.
सुनीता, अनन्या को देखा क्या?
नहीं, बहुत टाइम से नहीं देखी.
तो रूम में तो किचन में थी.
मम्मा आप रेडी नहीं हुए?
ये क्या हुआ? नानू, अनन्या. तिवारी जी, अनन्या को देखा?
नहीं मैडम.
She's not in your room?
No. हेलो. हाँ भैया, मैं B52 से बोल रही हूँ. मेरी बेटी है अनन्या. उसको आपने देखा क्या सोसाइटी में या गेट से बाहर निकलते हुए या? हाँ हाँ हाँ, पूछिए ना प्लीज. हाँ, मैं भी देखती हूँ. हाँ, थैंक यू. तिवारी जी, गाड़ी निकाल लीजिए प्लीज.
मम्मा आप कहाँ जा रहे हो? मुझे ड्रॉप कौन करेगा?
Just figure it out, यार. You're a big girl now.
मैडम बेबी तो भी ऑटो में गई, पानी में बताया।
किस तरफ गई है?
ये नहीं बताया उसने।
कैसे करते तू बेबी? चलिए तिवारी जी चलिए।
बता रहा था।
वो मेरी और मेरी बहन की लड़ाई हो गई, वो कहीं बाहर चली गई है। वी आर नॉट एबल टू फाइंड हर। आपको पता है उसकी
for you and you didn't even call Anjali. Irresponsible.
The recital is over now. It's over.
I know, ma'am. I'm sorry.
हाँ गौरव, अनन्या का अभी तक कुछ नहीं पता चला यार। मैं क्या कह रही हूँ, पुलिस स्टेशन चलते हैं ना, FIR लिखवा दे।
24 घंटे से पहले मिसिंग की FIR नहीं होती।
24 घंटे क्या बैठे रहेंगे हाथ पे हाथ धरे?
अरे तुम घर पहुंचो, मैं भी आता हूँ, साथ में मिलकर कुछ सोचना है।
सोचना क्या है यार? ये
अंजलि के साथ कौन है?
अंजलि गई होगी अपनी परफॉर्मेंस के लिए।
अकेले?
गौरव, she is not a kid, okay? She's a mature girl. She'll manage. Can we please focus on this? तुम निकल चुके हो ना? हाँ तो पहुंचो। अंजलि, तुम परफॉर्मेंस के लिए नहीं गई? और ये?
परफॉर्मेंस के लिए क्यों नहीं गए?
गौरव, can you please book her a cab?
आप मुझे छोड़ के क्यों गए? मुझे कहीं नहीं जाना। I'm not going for any fucking performance.
Amazing behavior, huh? Very good.
अंजलि, come I'll drop you.
गौरव, you're not going anywhere, okay? पुलिस को क्यों नहीं फोन कर रहे हो यार तुम?
अंजू, बेटा दरवाजा खोलो।
मैंने सारे फॉरवर्ड मैसेजेस बनाए हैं, ये मुझे अपना फोन दो, मुझे व्हाट्सएप करने।
बेटा दरवाजा खोलो।
गौरव, can you please let her be? I just don't understand, तुम इतने रिलैक्स्ड कैसे हो सकते हो यार?
तुम अनन्या 21, घर का एड्रेस मालूम है, फोन नंबर याद है, she'll find her way.
How? नहीं, वो बात कैसे करेगी गौरव? गौरव, लोगों को उसकी बात नहीं समझ आती यार, वो क्या बोलती है। और जो तुम फोन कह रहे हो, फोन तो उसे घर पे पड़ा हुआ है। गौरव, what if she's left home?
अरे उस पर नहीं तो अपनी अपब्रिंगिंग पर तो भरोसा रखो। She'll come back.
कैसे? सड़क तो अकेले क्रॉस नहीं कर सकती। अगर उसे कुछ हो गया तो गौरव। But how do you know? उसके साथ कभी तुमने वक्त बिताया होता तो तुमको शायद पता भी होता उसके बारे में कुछ।
उसके साथ टाइम बिताया होता। तो you are the one pushing me away. इतनी प्रोटेक्टिव हो कि किसी और पर भरोसा कर ही नहीं सकती।
तुम पर तो नहीं कर सकती मैं गौरव।
यही प्रॉब्लम है, इतनी ऑब्सेस्ड हो चुकी है अनन्या को लेकर कि नॉर्मल सोच भी नहीं सकती।
तुम्हारे लिए कहना बहुत इजी है गौरव, because the fact is that you don't care, never really did.
और अंजलि, you care about her?
Do you care about Anjali? Really? 21 सालों में हफ्ते में 5 दिन होते हैं, दिन में 16 घंटे होते हैं, जिसमें से तुम नहीं होते हो। घर ऐसे आते हो जैसे कि गेस्ट हाउस में आ रहे हो।
कमाने जाता हूँ मैडम।
अच्छा, तुम दुनिया के पहले ऐसे इंसान हो जो बाहर कमाने जाता है। और जो इतना अंजलि अंजलि कर रहे हो, पता भी आज वो कौन सा डांस फॉर्म परफॉर्म करने वाली है गौरव? 21 years. 21 fucking long years I've done this all alone, Gaurav.
Who asked you to?
nice.
तुम्हें पता था अनन्या के बारे में। You knew she'll be a handful, लेकिन नहीं, चलो एक और बच्चा पैदा करते हैं।
तो क्या हुआ? Was that a crime? To ask for a sibling for Ananya? Or to expect a perfectly normal family?
Perfectly normal family? ऋतु, हमारी 2 बच्चियां हैं, दोनों अलग हैं। Accept that. ये बराबरी के चक्कर में तुमने कुछ भी नॉर्मल नहीं।
मैं नॉर्मल नहीं रहने दे रही हूँ। I have given my life to our family.
No, you've done it all for yourself.
अच्छा।
You had Anjali ताकि तुम प्रूव कर सको कि तुम एक नॉर्मल हेल्थी बच्चा भी पैदा कर सकती हो। A trophy child you can carry around.
That's not true.
That is the
you
truth.
You know that's not
That is the truth. You got me drunk and you forced me into helping you conceive the second one. मैं तो चाहता भी नहीं था। Did she just hear us? अंजू बेटा, अंजू बेटा, अंजू, I'm sorry. Anjali, please open the door. I'm sorry.
पीसीआर को इन्फॉर्म किया। कुछ पता चला? बच्ची की फोटो रिले हो चुकी है। कुछ पता चलते ही आपको खबर दी जाएगी।
जी, थैंक यू। अंजू, आई एम सॉरी बेबी, प्लीज कम आउट। अंजू बेटा,
कर रही थी, पकड़ के ले आए।
नानू, नानू तो ठीक है बेटा। कहाँ चली गई थी? मम्मा कितनी परेशान हो गई थी।
How are you?
क्यों आई घर वापस? बाहर ही रहना चाहिए था तुम्हें।
कहाँ गया था बेटा?
शॉपिंग करने गई।
शॉपिंग? देखो बैग में क्या है। ये क्या है बेटा इसमें? नानी
सारी आंटी के लिए अपने पैसे।
थैंक यू, सॉरी।
कितनी सुंदर साड़ी लेकर आई है नानू। हाँ अंजू, हमारे लिए परफॉर्म करोगी?
Wow. चल कल कल।
Then किस्मत के नाम डगमग डगमग चुभते से छाँव पग 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 नया मोरी निके निके चालन लागी लागी
Isn't it? A big round of applause, I'm sure. We all want to hear it louder for Anu Singh. So it's an honor to have Anu Singh, the director of award-winning film Selfie Please, with us today. This is the last segment, so sit back tight. We will not take too long. We'll do a conversation with Anu today and understand what was it for her and for the team behind the scene. Yeah. Thank you so much, Anu, for joining us
Thank you,
today.
Archana. Thank you, all of you, for watching the film. This is the most discerning audience that one can get.
Thank you, thank you. And for you all, she's also an IIM Bangalorean. So how is it for you to visit back Bangalore? Any old memories which
Just
came
a
up?
small correction. I'm actually from the cohort of Goldman Sachs 10,000 Women as Women Entrepreneurship Program, and it's lovely because when I was making the film, and in fact I joined the course 3 days after I had finished filming the film, and while the modules were on through the process, I was editing it and doing the post-production, and it's really special to be back in Bangalore at a place where I found another kind of tribe. And this city, I actually owe a lot to the city, not only because it turned me into a courageous entrepreneur, hopefully from here on far more aware, and gave me the wherewithal at the IIM Bangalore campus to become a more, in that sense, structured, and also to have that kind of value system that one wants to have. Media and entertainment industry, as you know, is a very, very disorganized sector. It's not easy to function, and it's not easy to a place which is so competitive and with such high stakes. How do you bring in stories which like this, which is anyway challenging because of various reasons? So it's very special to be back here, and the film won at Bangalore International Film Festival, which is why in the Let's Inclusion category, which is why we are here, in fact, in the first place, and also because of Shanti, who was my cohort mate of Eka Inclusion. But the one thing that I also actually requested you to play the film till the end is because very unwittingly, inadvertently, as you can see, the cast and crew is long. It takes a dozen and more to make a film. It is, of course, a vision of one person, but just to percolate it down to the last place where every single person becomes integral, like, everything has to be perfect. And it was serendipitous in the sense that when the cast and crew started to come together, every single person had a story of neurodivergence to tell, even though we thought we were neurotypical in that sense. Ananya is my cousin. She's my Masi's daughter. She's my first cousin, and I've seen her grow up. Anjali, that you saw, who's portrayed it so beautifully, is not only a family friend's daughter, but also grew up with her chacha, who was born with Down syndrome. Similarly with Sarika, who plays the mother, has worked extensively with neurodivergent children, especially with Down syndrome. The music has been given, the beautiful music has been given by Daniel B. George, who's himself an illustrious music director, who's also on the spectrum. The person who was doing the helping me with do the subtitles, and later and I never met him in that sense because we were doing these conversations on phone, told me that he had acute ADHD, and he also had his first cousin who was born with Down syndrome. So what I'm trying to say is that it seems like a story of somebody is somewhere there, but it is not. It is really any family story. It could be any siblings vying for the attention of the parents. It is any set of parents who are dealing with their own guilt of dealing with whatever they're dealing with at their workplace and life in general. So how do you continue to bring in that empathy is something that this film stands for, and therefore the cast and crew, I was very lucky to have one which was very open to becoming sensitive to the matter itself, to the subject matter, and it took a lot, but we are here.
Thank you. I think you almost answered my first question to understand what was the motive behind this movie, right? So also, while you were shooting the movie, how did you ensure that neurodiverse experience were portrayed? Did you have to work with any of the organization? But you said you've watched Ananya grow up already, but did you have to work with some of the organizations to bring in that sensitivity around the topic? How was your experience on the set?
So Archana, this is very conscious. I made a conscious decision of not engaging with, even though with due respect, it's incredible the kind of work the organizations do, but it had to be raw in its approach, in its point of view, and it had to be really, really coming from a space of wanting to be curious. Yeah. Not so much for the cast, but definitely for the crew, because that would have meant upping the game in a way where we were trying hard to understand instead of somebody else coming and just giving us the wherewithal. So what happened really was that we were becoming curious, and we did, for 3 days of filming, for example, we extensively did workshops with each other for 15 days, which also meant sitting with Ananya for hours to understand her better, to engage with her, to befriend her, to have her comfortable with the whole idea of having 70 people around her on the sets. Sets are huge. It's another kind of mad process. What you see is just a very calm, serene portrayal of what's going behind the scenes. So Ananya had to be comfortable, which meant everybody was bringing in their A game to the room and on the sets. So that was my way of really dealing with or making sure that we were being authentic to whatever we were telling. However, as you know, I mean, a lot of you do not know, I'm also a commercial writer. I'm a screenwriter and also a producer, and I do a lot of commercial writing other than what you've seen just now. It's my first short film direction in that sense, but I've written a lot of shows. But now here on, this entire experience has given me the confidence to now move ahead with more awareness, where all kinds of characters become a part of the ensemble that I'm writing, which also means that as a producer, the responsibility of having more and more talent from the community is now, will hopefully from now on be a conscious choice, where we try to create work environment which is far more conducive to them. And you'll be very happy to know it began from the production designer Urvi Ashar, who's again very illustrious in her work, and she's known as one of the finest production designers in the industry, reaching out to me and saying that, you know what, I want to hire some people in my production design team, and I promise to create the kind of work environment that will be suitable to them. And that has been a bigger win. The film doing the rounds of the film festival has not been a bigger win. Ananya winning the Best Actor award at a few of those is a bigger win. So that means that we will have more and more of, more of identities representing themselves as themselves, instead of, doing this whole artificial ensemble of what we try to do in media and entertainment all the time.
No, that's so beautifully said, Anu. I think that applies across the industry, right? When we bring in that environment and accommodation and allow the person to thrive at their best, I think one can win. The same thing happens at SAP as well, because of the curated Autism at Work program what we have, and we allow people to bring their best. Our best innovation award across the company, and this is for 108,000 employees. Among them, the innovation award was won by the person who's in the spectrum. I think it's all about creating that safe environment, creating those opportunity, and then you'll be amazed. Great. I think in India, cinema plays a very big role in influencing people and families and individuals, right? So what reactions did you get from the movie? Is there an instance or a story which has touched and stayed with you from the audience?
A lot, actually, a lot of it, and every single day I'm getting, and it's overwhelming. I don't think I have written a very much talked about film in that sense, quote of this year, called Mrs., which created its own kind of waves. I have written Delhi Crime Season 3. I have written a lot of other shows, but the kind of honest response that I get from this film is way beyond anything a creator or a filmmaker will ever get, or a writer will ever get, which is coming straight from the fact that we know we are all flawed. As fundamental as that. And I'll just quickly give an instance. The film also played at the India Inclusion Summit, and there was somebody standing behind me when the film was playing. It was beautiful. I mean, I can't forget that. And if you're here in the audience, thank you, because that made my day. And if my voice reaches you, a bigger thank you. So she was watching, she started to watch the film, and she didn't know that I was the filmmaker. And then, you know how it is, film becomes somebody else's story, and you are constantly like sort of criticizing or commenting or whatever is going on. And she started to like nitpick, ye kaise hota hai, ye thodi hota hai, and without realizing I was there. And the film proceeded, and as it slowly does, and in 20 minutes, and by the end of the film, lights turned on, and she realized I was the director, and she realized she must be. But then she had tears in her eyes, and she said that, can I hug you? I am a mother of 2 daughters, and my older one has Down syndrome, and my younger one is, this is my story. From somebody who was criticizing for little things like, wallet dining table pe leke baithta hai, kind of a thing, to coming and hugging me. I think that's the best compliment that I would have ever get, and that is the most precious one.
Yeah, I'm sure thousands of families like that would relate to it, right? It's a tough job we're doing. We're between the lunch. So I'll come to the final question. Anu, what would be your final takeaway from the movie to the audience? What would you like to see in the world, inclusion coming in the coming years?
2 things. We are all flawed, and we are all different. Just a little bit of empathy in first understanding ourselves better, and then to understand every single person that we're engaging with. It's so easy to say, and the toughest thing to achieve. It's not easy. We all have our backstories. We're all carrying the burdens of life that throws at us. But can we first be kind to ourselves, and then to our first family member, our child, our kith and kin, our colleagues at workplaces, and just be aware, because it's not easy to be a human being in the world that we're living in. So just be more human and just be more kind. Is the only thing that I would want all of you and myself actually to carry forward for the rest of my life, because that is where real inclusion begins, by seeing each other, by hearing each other, and really understanding each other.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause for our filmmaker, director, Anu Singh Chowdhury. Thank you so much. I'm putting Santi on spot. I thought getting a felicitation by Santi will also be a good surprise for you. So Santi from Eka Foundation, can we please have you on stage?
And can somebody please click a picture, because our cohort, the entire cohort, is going to be really thrilled.
Yes, we will get you good pictures. Thank you so much. Thank you for giving us such a beautiful movie, Anu. I'm sure this stayed with us very deep. And thank you for thank you for joining us today.
And I'm going to make a feature film, an extension of this. Whoever wants to fund, wants to come on board as investor, stakeholder, any form, you know where to reach out.
I'm sure people are reaching out to you later. Yeah. No.
For me?
Just for
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're all flawed and we're all different. I can't think of a more fitting way to close this summit. Thank you all so much for joining us today. The summit may have concluded, but I think the real work begins now, isn't it? Lunch is served in basement. There are volunteers to escort you all. Thank you once again. I request the speakers to come up on stage for a group photo. Yeah? I request the speakers, so please on stage, and the volunteers as well to come up on stage for a group photo.
All the non-participant students, please note you cannot use the central lift to exit this floor. You have to use the side lifts present in the two sides of the auditorium, and the lunch is only for the registered participants. Thank you.
Can I please request all the organizing team as well? We would like to do a group picture. Ranjana, Meena, can we please have you on stage? Can we please have all the co-host organizers on stage for the group picture?